Is it time? Can we start?
I believe so.
Okay. Good morning. I'd like to welcome you to the another virtual meeting of the Board of Supervisors. And we have with us this morning the City of Angels. Welcome, council members. Mayor Oliveira, did you want to call the special meeting?
Sure. Welcome to the special meeting between the Board of Supervisors of the City of Angels Council. Susan, our normal script is to read a public comment. You think that's fits for this meeting?
No, I think at this point we should just do our roll call vote.
Okay, go ahead. Roll call, please.
Okay, Mayor Oliveira.
Present.
Vice Mayor Brolio, absent. Councilmember Herman.
Present.
Councilmember Follendorf.
Present.
And Councilmember Matilde is absent. We have a quorum.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, it's become our tradition. Could you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Happy to do that. Stand and face the flag if you can. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Are there any, for the county staff, are there any announcements that you wish to make? Madam Clerk, do you know of any?
I do not, Madam Chair.
Okay, we will then move to the regular agenda item. This is an item that will be heard by both the Board of Supervisors and the City Council. Madam Clerk, would you like to just read the item for the record, please?
Item 1 is from Health and Human Services to receive an update presentation from staff on COVID-19 novel coronavirus.
Mrs. Stranger, Dr. Kaleda, are you with us?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, and just to let you know, the world is too. We've all probably received multi-phone calls.
Yes.
Please.
Hi, this is Dr. Kaleda. I had to get invited as a panelist.
Hey, this is Kristen. Same.
Okay, I'll give a few words, and then Kristen can also give a little bit more specificity on some of the changes that are coming down from the state. So as of today, California has confirmed 131,000 cases of COVID-19 with 4,653 deaths. Calaveras County has confirmed 19 cases now with no deaths. So since we met last as a board and you received an update, the 15th case was reported on Tuesday, May 26th in an older adult male residing in Valley Springs who was admitted to a hospital intensive care unit in critical condition. Calaveras Public Health was able to assist the hospital in obtaining a life-saving drug for the treatment of critically ill COVID-19 patients. The individual was subsequently recovered and has been discharged from the hospital. Obtaining this drug was through the mutual aid system activated as a direct result of Calaveras County having an active local health emergency in effect. This is an example of the importance of maintaining our local health emergency declaration until the pandemic subsides. The 16th case was reported on Wednesday, June 3rd in an adult female residing in San Andreas. This led to a public health contact investigation, which we do on all of these cases, and subsequent diagnosis of an additional 2 cases in household contacts, an adult male and infant. None of these cases among the identified household contacts have required hospitalization, The infant was in childcare, and several contacts have been identified requiring quarantine and testing in the childcare setting. No additional cases have been identified surrounding those particular individuals. The most recent 19th case was identified through the new OptumServe test site at the Frogtown Fairgrounds in Angels Camp on Friday, June 5th, in an adult female residing in Angels Camp. Calaveras Public Health staff's investigating this most recent case to determine any possible source of infection and to quarantine and monitor any close contacts to prevent community transmission. As most of you are aware, Calaveras County has applied for and been granted variance by the state to move into the more accelerated stage 2 of the governor's 4-stage roadmap to reopening the activities suspended as part of the community mitigation efforts to quell the outbreak. Beginning on Friday, June 12th, the state will begin moving into stage 3 of reopening as long as the local health officer believes the data on local disease occurrence and the healthcare system locally can support relaxation of mitigation activities. So the following entities can reopen in variance counties, such as Calaveras is, with modifications on June 12th. Schools and school-based programs, restaurants, bars, and wineries, fitness centers and gyms, including public pools, campgrounds, RV parks, and outdoor recreation, again, including any pools that might be shared among a community like that, like a campground or RV park. Hotels, lodging, and short-term rentals. However, we need to reconcile with the state non-essential travel order, which still remains in effect, and I'll discuss that a little bit more later. Card rooms, wagering facilities, racetracks. There'll be specific guidance on tribal casino-based gambling that's coming out later this week. Movie theaters, film, TV, music production. They have to follow specific office workspace guidance. Movie theaters will need to limit capacity to 25% or no more than 100 moviegoers. Professional sports without a live audience. Family entertainment centers. This is a broad category that includes bowling alleys, miniature golf, batting cages, arcades, stuff like that. Zoos, museums, galleries, and aquariums. Nail salons have been excluded from what's being permitted to move forward. Not clear what the science is behind that, but that's the reality. Specific guidance is available that describes all infection prevention activities that businesses, schools, and other facilities are required to make in order to reopen safely. If we get the section about leisure travel clarified, we can essentially terminate my only remaining local health order, which is on short-term lodging and rentals. We should know that by the end of the week when this goes into effect on Friday. Further guidance pertaining to overnight camping and for allowing youth sports and practices will also be forthcoming by the state soon. So the metrics will continue to follow before, during, and after the resumption of these approved activities will be continuously monitored. A few things that we'll be watching to know that these activities aren't going to result in an increase of disease rates of disease occurrence. So the average number of coronavirus tests per day. So we have a certain target that we want to do that, and the new OptumServe test site is helping us meet those goals. So we want to see a goal greater than 75 tests per day of our county residents. Right now, we're currently at 79. This is a 7-day moving target. We want to see case rates of new infections per 100,000 people every 14 days, less than 12.5 cases. We're currently at 5, even with our spate of recent cases that we've had in the last 2 weeks. We want to see less than 8% test positivity rate every 7-day average. So that means out of all the tests that we're running, we want to see less than 8% of those tests be positive. If we're getting 15, 20, 25% of our tests coming back as positive, we're not testing enough people. The more of the population you test, the lower the percentage of positive tests should be. and 8% is our goal. We're currently about 1% in Calaveras County. We want to see hospitalizations less than 10% increase in every 3-day average, running average. We want to see ICU bed availability more than 20%. We want to see ventilator availability greater than 25%. So you can see these are rolling targets over time, and we'll continue to base our decisions on reopening additional sectors of the economy and society, or pulling back or potentially bringing back certain community mitigation activities that are informed by the data and best public health science. This data is going to be continuously monitored. It's going to be shared with the public so everyone can see how we're doing once reinstitution of these activities allows for people to begin coming into contact in greater degrees as we move forward. There's currently no vaccine to prevent COVID-19 infection. The best protection against COVID-19 disease is to prevent disease recurrence once we continue to relax mitigation activities is to stay at least 6 feet away from people outside your household. Wash hands often with soap and water for at least 20 seconds. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Cover your cough or sneeze with tissues or your elbow, not your hand. And wear a face covering over your nose and mouth to protect others when outside and engaging with others in the community. So that's a little bit of background, and then Kristen can provide a little bit more specificity on some of the opening allowances that are going to be coming on Friday, June 12th.
Thank you, Dr. Clada. Good morning, Kristen Stranger, Health and Human Services Agency. So I did want to point out that there have been a number of guidances that have been released, as Dr. Clada has clarified. One of the more larger scale ones that will require intense collaboration with our partners includes the schools and school-based guidance. Those guidances are very new, and we are working with our Office of Education and the various school districts to understand how those measures can be utilized to prepare for the impending school year. We have had a close working relationship with the school districts and the Office of Education since the very beginning of the pandemic, with the superintendent of the Office of Education being embedded in the Office of Emergency Services Emergency Operations Center. So that close collaboration is what's going to allow us to continue to work together to ensure that we are preparing our schools to reopen in a way that preserves the safety for our community as a whole, and is in line with those guidances. I also wanted to point out too that I get regular questions on that are forthcoming. We have not seen specific guidance yet on overnight youth camps as well as youth sports. And with this youth sports times coming around, we know from the state that those will be addressed very soon. I also wanted to echo again what Dr. Kaleda said. One of our main priorities in public health this week is to really understand how the guidance that is speaking to leisure travel, which has been released for allowability of leisure travel for campgrounds and RV parks and hotels and motels and all of that, how that coincides with the existing stay-at-home orders. And so we will be working expeditiously to try to understand that, along with all of the other local health departments who are doing the same thing, so that when we message to our community, and we will be messaging these modifications, that we have the most accurate information to make available. Those are the points that I have at this time, Dr. Kaleda, or I can take any questions.
Mayor?
Dr. Kaleda, there's a lot of discussion around when the virus first became present in the population. I've had a couple of people ask me about antibody testing. Does that capability exist anywhere in the county?
Yes, antibody testing is available at most laboratories right now. Examples are Quest Diagnostics, which has labs in Sonora, in the San Joaquin Valley counties, in Jackson, in Amador County. People can self-present, and pay for the test, or they can be referred by their physician with a doctor's order to go to the lab and get a test. The antibody testing is a blood test. It looks for the presence of what are called neutralizing antibodies in the blood. That means that you've been previously exposed to the virus and you most likely have protection. Now, antibody testing in general terms, I don't think is quite ready for prime time. We don't know all of the, it generates as many questions as it answers when someone gets antibody tests. For example, if you do have antibodies, when were you exposed? We don't know. If you do have antibodies, how long are you protected for? That we don't know. So there's still questions around antibody testing. We think that antibodies will confer immunity to at least a short-term duration in protecting reinfection in people who have them, however.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
I have one about two things. One was restaurants. Any more information on restaurants?
So restaurants guidance continues to, so restaurants remain to be sectors that can be operational with those modifications as they have been for some times. What the state did though is they folded in the guidance on bars and wineries into the restaurants guidance. So now there's one comprehensive guidance that speaks to all sorts of the measures that are in place. And they are very similar, if not identical. I haven't done a side-by-side yet to what the previous released restaurants dine-in guidance that was previously there. But those have all been put together into a single guidance on that website.
I think I read something that you could have any number in your restaurant as long as you were 6 feet. I didn't know if that was something that you had noticed or.
I can look for the occupancy requirements during this meeting and try to find it right now. I don't recall the specifics of every guidance, but I will look as we're discussing.
All right, good, thanks. And then I also, can we know what drug was used to help this person who was having, struggling from Valley Springs?
The drug is called remdesivir, and it's an intravenous drug that's used only in hospital settings in severely ill patients. It's not any of the other oral remedies that you may have heard about COVID-19 infection treatment or prevention, which don't have any scientific evidence or data behind them.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Mills.
Yes, good morning. My question is for Kristen. On the gatherings, what specific guidance do we have for size of gatherings? I'm thinking of people in the National Forest or are going to large park sites.
So I can start this and then Dr. Kaleda can continue on it. Other specific gatherings is actually an entity that is not addressed currently. So everything that pertains to gatherings in terms of not having non-essential gatherings of more than 2 individuals that are not from the same household remains in effect at this current time. Dr. Kaleda, did you want to add anything?
No, that's accurate, Kristen. That's still in development, and we're getting more clarity as the stay-at-home order modifies and there's relaxation of non-essential travel orders, that kind of thing. So some of that's up in the air right now.
Thank you. The other question that I had is regarding CDC's latest discussion on the number of false positives and tests. How are they determining whether or not a test is false positive?
I believe that refers to the antibody testing issue again. So when the original test that we use to diagnose if a person has coronavirus right now, that's the nasal swab test. And it looks for the DNA that's present in the virus itself. So that tells us if you've got the infection right now. The antibody testing looks for the body's production of those neutralizing antibodies in response to infection and will tell us if the person's had previous infection. The antibody testing was pretty much rushed to market because there was a relaxation in a lot of the procedures that companies had to go through in order to get that test to market under an emergency authorization use agreement. So a lot of companies rushed to the market right away with antibody testing, and what we're finding out now is that there's a high degree of false positivity. There's some quality standards that aren't quite up to snuff when we talk about typical tests that are licensed by the FDA. So yes, antibody testing, like I said previously, I think still has some ins and outs associated with it. People can get it if they want, but sometimes it still raises as many questions as it answers.
Thank you, Doctor. Again, Kristen, I'm really curious as to what kind of guidance and how soon churches are going to be able to get back to some sort of normalcy. Is there been any hint at all from the state what their thinking is?
Supervisor Mills, actually, the guidance regarding churches and in-person services was released, I believe it's been 2 weeks ago. And that information is on our Roadmap to Recovery webpage, and we did message it out through press releases. So that there is the ability for faith-based and cultural ceremonies to be in operation with modifications at the current time.
Yes, my concern though is that when we will be able to expand the numbers and size of those gatherings. Has there been any discussion at all from the state?
We have not received any additional guidance yet or a timeline associated with when we can anticipate a further expansion on those modifications.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kristen, Dr. Kaleda, thank you again for your work as always. I know you don't have a crystal ball and things change daily, but we do have some major events coming up. 4th of July, for example. What's the crystal ball read for parades and other things, outdoor events like that? And I'm not going to hold you to it, but just wanted to see if you have a guess. We love our 4th of July parade.
Well, as a resident of McCullough Hill, the 4th of July parade is very much an institution in our community. And I've participated in it for the last 12 to 15 years. The precautions against mass gatherings, however, are still very much in effect right now. Those types of gatherings, those types of community events are very high risk at this time for potential for transmission of coronavirus in our community. And we'll see what the specifics are about mass gatherings and large events like that when we get a little closer to the time. But my recommendation at this time is not to have large events like that taking place at this particular time and place in this pandemic.
That's what I was expecting, Doctor, but we have to ask. And hopefully maybe things will change by the time we get close. I think we could put the parade together if we had just a little heads up. Lead time, we could do a lot. But thank you very much.
Mr. Stopper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Kaleda, going into this pandemic, we talked about flattening the curve. And the reason they talked about flattening the curve was to be able to get prepared for the possibility of overloading our hospitals, getting the proper PPE into place and everything else. From talking to you, you made extravagant steps, not necessarily just opening up beds within our own hospital within the county, but also contracts in other places. Could you speak to that a little bit on the preparations in case, that you have done in these past so many months so that, if this pandemic does have an extreme breakout in our area, we're ready?
Hospitals have provisions for being able to take care of a large influx of patients that come in to them, present to them. The first step in a hospital surge plan is to expand the ability to take care of patients within the hospital footprint itself. Examples are converting classrooms to patient care areas, bringing in extra supplies and cots and setting up beds where you don't normally care for patients. Mark Twain Medical Center has the ability to do that, to expand their care, up to as much as 50%, maybe even doubling their current capacity of 25 beds to care for patients in the event of an influx, a surge of patients. Once the surge of patients becomes too much for the hospital to handle, then it's necessary to have provisions for alternate care sites to be able to care for patients that are ill and still require hospitalization and aren't well enough to be sent home, to be cared for at home. The first step in that is that we've mobilized some supplies and cots to Calaveras High School Gymnasium, where we have 30 beds that could be put into use and operated in something that we call our local alternate care site. Now, that's not like right now turnkey ready to go to accept the patient. We have the rough infrastructure in place. We have the plans in place to be able to activate the ACS, but we do have a provision to be able to care for patients outside of the local hospital locally. On a statewide basis, there's a large regional alternate care site at the Sleep Train Arena in Sacramento. This is the former home of the Sacramento Kings that's abandoned now that the Sacramento Kings play in the new Golden One Center in downtown Sacramento. So the state of California has hundreds of beds that have been set up there and ready to accept patients. And they're within our region of the emergency medical system that's called Region 4. And we have the ability and the agreements in place to be able to move patients from Calaveras County to the Sleep Train Arena in the event that they need care that's outside of our local hospital's capability of providing.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Kaleda. Also, with that said, you know, we have these thresholds, and right now, I mean, fortunately, the one critical condition COVID patient has, you said, gone home now, and with that, we've had approximately 4 or 5 in the last 2 weeks. With the one on there and the other, you know, 4, do you feel that that's crossed that threshold at this time? Or are we in a comfortable situation? I mean, we're never comfortable with people getting sick, but are we in a comfortable situation with what we can still deal with within Calaveras County at this time?
The metrics that I defined earlier that we're monitoring to make sure, you know, the community's in a safe situation are the tests that we're doing, the rate of new cases, the hospital capacity, the ICU space, the ventilator capability. All of those things are running metrics that we're monitoring on a daily and weekly and ongoing basis. If we, in some of those metrics, like for example, the rate of new hospitalizations or the rate of new cases, we may bump up against you know, some of those thresholds. Even if we surpass one of those thresholds on a short-term basis, it's not like we have to shut down everything and move backwards. So, you know, those metrics are things that we're monitoring. If we bump up against them or surpass individual ones, it's still something that we're going to continue to monitor, and we may need to make some small adjustments. But I don't anticipate, at least in this current climate, needing to move back into previous stages of closing the economy or society, unless we were to have multiple metrics significantly exacerbated.
Perfect answer. I really appreciate it, Dr. Kaleda.
Mr. Tofanelli?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My questions are related to Supervisor Mills' questions and Supervisor Stopper's. First, Doctor, if I was to go to the fairgrounds and get tested and I come back with a positive test, there's no more tests done after that? There's not another test performed to verify that the test was correct? Is that my understanding from what you were telling Supervisor Mills? Only the antibodies may have a false positive. So I've just considered to be positive and we don't test you again?
Any test, Supervisor Tofanelli, is going to have a certain rate of false positives or false negatives associated with it. The PCR test, which is the nasal swab test to see if a person's infected now, is the test that's being done at the test site at the fairgrounds. That particular test has a very small degree of error associated with it. Maybe 1%, less than 1% of the time it could be falsely positive, say, for example. So there is a theoretical concern that that test could be false, but it is highly sensitive, it's highly specific, and anytime we get a positive result of that test, it's assumed positive. And we act on it as such. So the person who has a positive test is considered a case by definition, and they are isolated. They have a certain period of time that they need to be isolated, and they're retested again in some cases, or if enough time has gone by, we can assume that they're better. But most of the time, a person who's a positive case will be recommended to get retested after 7 to 10 days to see if they're still positive, and at which time they can be released from isolation if their test is negative.
So there's not an immediate second test done. Once you test positive, they don't go and immediately retest you and say, we need to verify.
Right. The test is sensitive enough that a positive test is considered a positive test for all intents and purposes, and we act on it as such.
Okay. The second question I have is that you just brought up about the school and having the gymnasium. Earlier you stated, and it's being stated by the state, that the schools are going to be allowed to reopen. So if we hit some stage and the schools are open and we need to utilize the school gymnasium for patients, will we then not have to close the school? Or should we be looking, since the schools are opening, should we be looking for somewhere else to set up this emergency hospital that's away from other people and away from the kids?
That's a really good question, Supervisor Tofinelli. We don't have a lot of other sites within Calaveras County that are suitable for alternate cares other than the site at Calaveras High School, because we've really worked to find the most suitable site for that. In the event that the school's back in session again and they need the gymnasium, then we'll be in the situation where we'll have to decide whether we want to close that alternate care site and have the school have full use of their gymnasium, or to simultaneously be able to use the alternate care site at the gymnasium and have the school pursue their regular school day activities and have those two things happen simultaneously. So my prediction would be that once the school's back open again, the conditions in the community would be such that we would be able to remove our equipment from the Calaveras gymnasium and rely on the state alternate care site in Sacramento for our overflow needs for the local hospital.
Okay, thank you. It sounds kind of risky having kids there if we have patients there that are positive. But thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you.
I have some questions. I want to make sure that it's real clear that on the 12th, that wineries can do tastings, everything by the protocols that were listed from the state. I understand that. Wineries can do tastings, gyms can open, and community pools can open, all again using the protocols. That's an affirmative, right, Mrs. Stranger?
An affirmative, yes.
Okay, thank you. Concerts, Dr. Kaleda's already addressed parades or no. What about events like maybe Lumberjack Days or the Grape Stomp? Are they still off the table? And concerts?
Concerts are not part of the current reopening guidance.
Okay.
And Dr. Kaleda can weigh in more on the specific events, but I think those also are likely to fall under the mass gatherings guidance, and kind of what we covered earlier is not currently being allowable. Dr. Kaleda.
Okay. So the big issue, at least in District 3, are short-term rentals, B&Bs, hotels, motels. The protocols are out for the lodging industry already. But what I hear you saying is until you can get clarification with the order of no leisure travel, these businesses cannot open on the 12th unless you get clarification prior to that. Is that correct?
Not quite. So what I'm saying is that all of the guidance has information in it that leisure visitors are allowable come June 12th. What we're trying to understand, because there's nuances there, how can you have the rules that the state has put out, but then have this guidance that says it's allowable? So we are trying to, as staff, get that clarity as to what the nuances are so that we can communicate it out. What I'm saying is, based off everything we're reading and what we are understanding from the state, it appears like leisure travel will be an allowable thing for hotels, motels, campgrounds, and all of the such. We'll just have to make sure we message if there is any specifics that need to be addressed. That's what we're trying to get clarity on this week to communicate out.
So what I'm hearing is yes, but.
Yes, but, yes.
Because if I owned a B&B or a short-term rental, I'm told I can't plan until definitively Dr. Kaleda says, yes, you can be open on June 12th.
So I would say that you can plan currently because the guidance is out there. It has been because many of those hotels and motels and campgrounds and such under Dr. Kaleda's current stay-at-home order, under his current order that addresses clarification on short-term lodging, those industries were allowed to be operational for very specific COVID-related purposes. What's going to happen June 12th, if everything continues as we currently understand it, recognizing the fluidity of the situation, then those same types of preventative measures, as well as likely some additional enhanced ones that are part of the guidance that's currently out there, will be what will allow all of the short-term lodging entities to be able to become fully operational. And so I would recommend, and many of them have been on some of our preliminary Chamber of Commerce as well as economic development webinars that we had a couple of weeks ago in preparation to understand what those guidelines will likely entail. So I believe many of them are taking active steps to prepare for reopening to the public.
Okay, so I own a B&B and I am going to now accept visitors starting the 12th.
I would recommend that that is a proper thing to do to begin to prepare to accept visitors. However, my recommendation would be that they include a clause in it that allows for them to have flexibility based off of whatever the state's guidance is this week, so that the visitors who are going to be coming are well aware of the fact that that there is the potential for a modification of some sort, that they're aware that that is there.
Yes, but okay. What about weddings in parks? Is that considered a gathering or is that allowed?
Per the state, weddings is one of the entities that we're supposed to be receiving additional guidance on soon. It is not part of the sectors that are currently, that Dr. Kaleda and I are covering today.
Okay. All right, thank you. I don't have any more questions. If there's no more questions from my colleagues or the city officers, Dr. Kaleda, Ms. Stranger, is there anything else you wanted to add?
Yes, I did. I did want to address Councilmember Herman's original question because I was able to go find the guidance. So I will read the section from the wineries, bars, and restaurants guidance. And she's correct. Adjust maximum occupancy rules inside the establishment based on its size to limit the number of people inside and or use impermeable barriers between service tables to protect customers from each other and employees. For outdoor seating, maintain physical distance standards of at least 6 feet as outlined in the guidance. So yes, there are not specific, that is how occupancy is being addressed.
Okay, thank you. To both of you, on behalf of the City Council and the board, we appreciate the work you're doing for the city and county. All right, you two can go back to work.
Comments, Ms. Calloway. You have not asked for public comment.
Oh, I keep forgetting. Thank you very much, Supervisor. Are there any public comments on this item?
Yes, Corey Williams, CUSD School Board.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
You have 3
Perfect.
minutes.
Thank you. The CUSD School Board is deeply concerned about the guidelines set forth by the Department of Education yesterday. The emotional impact on students and the fiscal impact on our district is untenable in numerous ways. Our district is already facing uncertain financial circumstances based on the economic impacts of COVID-19 and the ever-changing information coming from the state. Our budget has suffered for many years based upon the state's negligence in prioritizing educational funding, and this fiscal crisis is putting us in an increasingly dire financial situation. Currently, the guidelines and directives in regards to PPE and sanitation for schools are unfunded, and our district does not have the means to cover the added expense. PPE costs will add approximately $16,000 per month on top of overall budget cuts coming from the state set to exceed 10%. Our district cannot afford to add teachers for smaller class sizes, classrooms for social distancing, or additional tables for students at lunch. We cannot afford the screens and barriers between desks for classrooms where we don't have the space to social distance. Students are suffering emotionally by not being in school. We're seeing increased rates of depression, apathy, abuse, and suicidal tendencies. Given that teachers cannot see the home environments and how students are adjusting via distance learning, we cannot accurately calculate how many students are struggling, but we know that these numbers are increasing exponentially. In a recent poll of our stakeholders, approximately 80% responded that they want to return to school without social distancing, facial coverings, or other PPE. Students and families simply want to return to school to resume band, sports, and other activities. Given the 100% survival rate and minimal number of positive COVID-19 cases we have seen in Calaveras County, our families are not wrong. As parents are required to go back to work, as is currently beginning to occur, students need to be back in school. We believe it is critical that the county board and Dr. Kalita understand the dire outlook that CUSD is currently facing. If we do not fully reopen our schools, as limitations that were put forth in the CDE guidelines yesterday dictate, then our families will seek their education elsewhere. For those that have the option of working online, this means they are no longer tied to our county. Much like after the Butte fire, this provides families an impetus to leave Calaveras and seek a less restrictive environment in another state. The mass exodus that we saw in 2016 when people chose not to rebuild and seek locations with lower taxes not only has the potential to occur again, but is gaining traction among those frustrated with the state mandates and guidelines, particularly those that have to do with education. This creates a ripple effect that leads to a loss of population in Calaveras, loss of tax revenue, and an increasing tax burden on the rest of the population as the Board of Supervisors tries to afford their own fiscal responsibilities to the county. CUSD schools are a critical part of our community that needs to reestablish a sense of normalcy for our students as soon as possible. The current guidelines just released are too expensive for the district to afford and too restrictive for students to feel comfortable.
3 minutes is up.
Thank you very much. Dr. Kalita, as a school board, we would very much like to have the opportunity to meet with you.
Dr. Kalita, I thought I heard you mention earlier that you were meeting with the school superintendents. Did you want to address anything else? The board member?
Yeah, I don't have a solution to those concerns. Those are very valid concerns. All I can say is that we are in a pandemic of the likes of which none of us has seen in our generation, and steps need to be taken to prevent that pandemic from worsening, from overwhelming our healthcare system, and resulting in further deaths in this nation. And schools are a part of that. And so that's just a reality, is that in order to allow schools to go forward, there are going to need to be changes in the ways that the schools function and are set up to avoid transmission. And, every person in our community and statewide and nationwide has been affected by this pandemic, and our lives have been changed in just about every facet of our lives, and education is part of that as well. So I don't have an easy answer to those concerns. We are meeting with the school superintendents this afternoon, and we're going to discuss the new educational guidelines in detail and see, what's the best practice in order to put those guidelines into effect.
Thank you, Dr. Kennedy. And if you could maybe express the concerns of the board member who called in, it'd be appreciated. I'm sure her superintendent already knows, but you can reinforce that. It'd be appreciated. Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
There are. Public commenter with the phone number ending in 5550. You can begin now. You will have 3 minutes.
Good morning. This is Tim Utertes on behalf of the Association of Realtors. I apologize for the question, but I had technical issues this morning trying to watch the video. Can we get a little more clarification on the short-term rentals? My understanding in the follow-up discussions is that we may start taking bookings along about the 12th, but there's no guarantee that we can allow the customer to come stay. Is that correct?
Ms. Stranger, did you want to repeat
Sure.
the comments to Mr. Mudides that you did with me?
Yes, I can, Madam Chair. What I had said was that all of the guidance that's currently released in regard to short-term rentals indicates that it will be allowable come Friday to be able to accept leisure travel. However, we are trying to reconcile with the state how those guidances come into play with the non-essential travel order that's currently in existence statewide. So I understand it's gray and it's confusing, and that's what we're trying to get clarity on. So my recommendation was to anticipate, based off of the guidance, that it is very likely everything will be able to operate for leisure travel, but there might be some nuances of which staff are going to work through this week and communicate out as quickly as we possibly can.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And then one last question, clarification. Several weeks ago, I called in and we talked about the fact that there were first responders that were awaiting their classes and at the gun club. And we had talked about, groups of 10 or less. I'm wondering if we can kind of modify that a little bit and have what you typically have is brand new people versus renewals. The renewals are a 4-hour class. The brand new are 8. I'm wondering if you would allow us a scenario where we had the new people inside the classroom, 10 or less, while the renewals are going outside in a separate area, 10 or less on the range. And then at lunchtime, the renewals leave and the new people come out to the range. Would that be acceptable to you?
Ms. Stranger, Dr. Kaleda?
I would say that the guidelines are clear on how businesses and other sectors should handle their social distancing, how they should handle their disinfection procedures, how they should handle their amounts of people at any one time in their facility. And so this particular entity can look at those guidelines and they can kind of interpret that, for themselves to see how best they can meet those guidelines.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other, Madam Clerk?
Yes, public commenter with the phone number ending in 6188. You can begin your comments and you will have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Jessica Marcus from Cedar Creek Realty in Arnold, and I would like to thank everyone for the time you've put into discussing short-term rentals today. I would implore the board and the county health department to be as clear as possible in the directives that you issue this week, and understand that those of us in the industry who have been following the rules up until this point have been working at a significant disadvantage. We know that so many people in the industry have disregarded the moratorium and the shelter-in-place orders, And we see before us our business quite literally dissipating. Our clients are leaving our organized property management company to quote unquote illegally and without penalty continue to operate their short-term rentals. And as a contributor to TOT, as a community supporter, we really hope and implore that you issue very clear guidance in the days ahead so that those of us who are inclined to follow the rules can get back to work in the same way that so many people in our industry have been doing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Marcus. I think that your comments are really clear and poignant, and I believe Ms. Stranger and Dr. Kaleda have the message on that. Are there any other?
No, there are not, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. And there's no public comments. We're going to close this item and move to the City Council. Mayor Joe, thank you very much for joining us again today.
All right, thank you. Susan, I guess we'll entertain a formal motion to adjourn. Linda or Amanda?
I'll move that we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Passes. And we are adjourned. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Mayor Joe. I'd like to move to item 2. Madam Clerk.
Item 2 is from Human Resources to adopt a resolution appointing Michael E. Boitano as Calaveras County Interim Agricultural Commissioner, Director of Weights and Measures, effective June 9th, 2020. Judy, your microphone is muted.
There we go.
Thank you.
And okay, Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. And I'm here today to bring before you a resolution appointing Michael Boitano as our interim Agricultural Commissioner, Director of Weights and Measures. Michael comes to us. He is a retiree from Amador County, which he was the Ag Commissioner with Amador from 1998 to his retirement in 2014. And Mr. Boitano is still very actively involved in the community. He, I believe, is involved in the Amador Fairgrounds. And we're very happy to have him on board while we actively recruit for a new commissioner.
Well, before I open it to Mr. Boitano, are there any questions or comments from the board on this? Are there any public comments on this appointment?
I don't see any, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Boitano.
Yes, ma'am.
So I need to know, are you related to Louis, Wendy, and Brian?
No, actually, Louis was on the board while I worked in Amador County, and we had a running joke going around. He grew up on the wrong side of the tracks. You know, he grew up in Sutter Creek. I grew up in Jackson. So we are good friends, but not related. I am related to the Boitanos, Calaveras. I'm not related to them over there in Sutter Creek.
Well, I just needed to check, your heritage before we could take this vote, since from having worked with some of the Sutter Creek Boitanos. Thank you. If there's no questions or comments, I'll entertain a motion on this, please.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion appointing Michael E. Boitano as Calaveras County Interim Agricultural Commissioner, Director of Weights and Measures, effective June 9th, 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Stopper. Do I have a second?
Madam Chair, I'd like to second that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Garamendi. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Passes on a 5-0. Mr. Boitano, is there anything you wanted to say?
I'd just like to thank the board for giving me the opportunity to come over and work with your ag department here and Weights and Measures and work with you. So I'm looking forward to a good 6-month run here. We want to get you a permanent ag commissioner as soon as we can. And that's basically my goal here, is to keep you above board until that happens and to work to make that happen. So thank you for your time and your whatever.
Mr. Boitano, we look forward to working with you. And tonight there is a Farm Bureau meeting.
Mr. Boitano, I also want to thank you for helping us through this time until such time as we can come up with someone else, and it's greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, board.
Thank you, Mr. Boitano, Ms. Hawkins. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Nothing.
Okay, move to general public comments.
Madam Chair, I have one email to read. Would you like me to do that now?
Yes, please.
Okay, this email was received from Carl Stoughton. Dear Calaveras County Board of Supervisors, the county has been conducting non-essential business during a state of emergency, secretly, myopic to the public, and with false appearance, proceeding with business in the form of approving expenditures of funds on non-bid contracts without adequate and accessible notice and review by the public during a state-mandated stay-at-home order. The intent of John Garamendi and Albert Alt has been to direct funds to Compass Solutions, a contractor, without full disclosure as to associated parties that may benefit. I wholeheartedly object to not only this expenditure of public funds for a project that has not been fully and publicly vetted, but to the energy savings findings submitted by Compass Engineering and Energy Solutions as the shadow on the process that Albert Alt and John Garamendi have blanketed by the use of questionable methods and lack of full disclosure gives questions to the very validity of Compass Energy Solutions, methods, and findings. It is my recommendation that a third party, independent from the county employees, and elected county officials, review be sought at this time before any further board action is taken on the matter of agenda item 24 of the May 26th meeting 2020 of the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors to be held remotely.
Okay. Any other public comments that you know of?
I do not see any.
We'll wait a moment.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on to the consent agenda. Okay. Consent agenda. Normally routine, non-controversial. Does any member of the board, and will be acted on in one motion, does any member of the board wish to pull a consent agenda item? Does any member of the public staff wish to pull a consent agenda item?
Ms. Callaway, you have two
Yeah.
supervisors' hands up.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Tuffanelli.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Items 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Okay. Mr. Mills?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I also concur agenda 6 and also 13.
Okay, thank you. Does any staff member wish to pull a consent agenda item? Is there any member of the public who wishes to pull a consent agenda item? Okay. May I have a motion?
Ms. Callaway, I'm sorry. Can we pull item, let's see, number 11?
God dang, we're going down into the Mr. Mills motion of pulling all these consent agendas.
Careful, I'm ahead of the game right now.
Yeah, you are, Mr. Mills. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay.
Perhaps they're not non-controversial and routine. That's why they're being pulled.
May I have a motion on the balance, please?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Stopper. Second?
I will second.
Second by Supervisor Tuffanelli. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. Supervisor Tuffanelli, you pulled 3, 4, 5. Since they're all the
Yes,
same.
3, 4, and 5. Yeah, they're basically, I'd like to put them all together. These are 3 separate contracts that I pulled last time off the consent agenda. And if Madam Clerk wants to read them.
Did you want them
If not,
read?
we can move forward.
Did you
Yeah,
want
why don't we
them
read at least 3? They all say this. Yes, please.
Did you want just to read number 3 since 3, 4, and 5 are the same?
You can read just number 3.
All right.
We can read just number 3 because that's the gist of all of them.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk.
Item 3 is from the Administrative Office to award an invitation to bid 19-0110-41-JOC for implementation of job order contracting procedures for eligible maintenance and repair work deemed public projects relative to facility infrastructure and approved facility-related capital improvement projects to Pride Industries 1 Incorporated as the single lowest qualified responsive bidder, and authorize the board chair to execute a master job order contract agreement for same in an amount not to exceed $2 million for a term to expire 1 year from the date of execution by the board chair. Just to include in the record, item 4 is the same, except it is for Staples Construction Company Incorporated, and item 5 is the same, and it is for T&S Intermodal Maintenance Incorporated.
Mr. Tuffanelli, your questions?
Yes, my concern, yes, and my concern, I did speak with Bonnie over the course of the last couple of weeks between our last meeting and this meeting on these items. My concern is we're looking at 3 separate contracts with each one of them that has a $2 million cap on them. So you're potentially looking at $6 million that doesn't have to come back to the Board of Supervisors for any approval on any of the contracts or any of the work being done. So in my opinion, we're relinquishing our job. Our job is to make sure that the money's taxpayers' money is spent in the right direction and we have a handle on it. So after speaking with Bonnie on this issue, I would like to see that she reports back to the Board of Supervisors every 2 months on where we are on the projects and where we are on the expenditures. So we're aware of what's going on and we know how much money's out there and how much money is being spent on these projects. Otherwise, I don't feel we're doing our job. At least I don't feel I'm doing my job without that information. So that's where I'm at. And I would vote for this under that condition that we put into it, that it's reported back to us every other month, exactly where we are on the projects and the money is being spent on these contracts.
So, Mr. Topanelli, why not have it report to the ad hoc committee, since it's the ad hoc committee who reviews most of the projects and sort of sets the priority on behalf of the board?
I would have a report, prefer have a report the board as a whole. That way the board as a whole knows on each project where we're at and each contract how much is being expended, because ultimately the ad hoc committee can't act on it. The board does act on it. If we get to a point and have a conversation later on down the road when she reports to us and say that we're in the $1.5 million range on this contract, the board can act on it if we want. The ad hoc committee can't.
But the ad hoc committee is the one that says, okay, we need to take the jail down, as we're seeing, or we need to get the museum fixed.
That's brought back to the board and we vote on it as a board.
Yeah, based on the recommendation on the ad hoc, but that's fine. I'm not, I don't die on the vine on it. I just,
we act on it.
That's what we have the ad hoc committee for. So, that's fine.
Not to spend $6 million.
Well, it's
not to spend $6 million.
We're doing the job order contracting with Public Works, and this issue didn't come up.
That money is not public. A lot of that money is COG money, and a lot of
but it's still
COG money.
That's fine.
The COG board votes on that.
Okay. Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you very much. I think that, this whole JOC process is new to all of us. We're working, this is our first year in doing this, and I think we're all trying to learn it. I think a written memo is appropriate as we learn to go through this. And every other month is not too often. It may not have a lot of updates. So if this is, I work with Gary on the ad hoc. If this is what he needs and it seems reasonable, which it does, then I'm going to back you on that, Gary.
Mr. Stopper.
Thank you,
Jack. I think Supervisor Callaway did bring up a good point. I'm not necessarily opposed to an update by any means, but Public Works is doing the same job order contracts. Not all that money goes through COG by any means. It's not all COG money. It's the update. If you're going to have an update like this, it needs to be status quo on both sides. So, more the conversation. How do you see this being facilitated? Is it a board presentation? Is it your ad hoc committee? How do you see this coming together, Gary? That's my question.
First off, I would see Bonnie bringing it to the board and updating the board. Second, to your comments about Public Works and Josh, we get updated monthly from Josh on those projects and the money spent. He updates us either by email or board. He comes to the board. He presented something to the board just last week. So we are getting updates specifically from him all the time. And that's all I'm requesting on this, is that we put something in here that at least she comes to the board every 2 months and just updates us, whether it's a real quick update because nothing's been going on, or it could be an update that takes 15 minutes, 20 minutes, at least let us know on each project where status-wise, where we're at, and how much money we've expended on each one of these contracts.
Okay.
With,
Mr. Mills? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Topper, go ahead.
yeah, sorry, Maria. I just want to finish the conversation. With that, Public Works does a monthly update. Majority of the time, that update is done via email to all of us. Whether it's before the entire board or not, I mean, you know, we can sit there and have them either email update us as Public Works does their monthly email, and then we would be all updated. And if there's something that you had concerns over, you could pull the board at that point in the next meeting. Because if it's just an update during the meeting, then there's no guidance for us to give at that point other than polling the board to see if we're going to go somewhere else. We know what Rita does when we try to poll.
I would prefer that she comes to update to the board. Josh comes to updates the board every couple months. He may send out monthly emails, even weekly emails sometimes. Mm-hmm. But again, if it's presented to the board on these capital improvement projects and the other projects, the public does not see Josh's emails. At least the public will have an opportunity to hear what's going on with the CIP projects.
Excellent. You know what, Gary? I can definitely go that route. I definitely could support that, a regular update. I think that's better for everyone, and it provides transparency as we move forward. Thank you.
Mr. Mills?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think I was having some lack of comfort as well on just writing up $6 million and in essence, the board not having any oversight over what was going on. So I would like to follow the same process that we're doing with Public Works and being sure that the board is kept updated on a regular basis with what is happening on these specific contracts. They may run into difficulty. They may go smooth as glass. But the point is that we as the board have that responsibility for oversight. And I don't want to give that up, and I don't think any of us should. So I would concur with Supervisor Tuffanelli in adding that language in, that there be at least bi-monthly updates for the purpose of the board being aware of what is going on.
I think a poll was taken without a poll being taken.
I would have to concur.
Mr. Tuffanelli, did you want to make a motion on all three of these items with the caveat that there'll be a report back to the board every 2 months? And my feeling
yes, Madam Chair,
on that. But I think ad hoc might want to massage it a little. If they spend $5,000, do we want Bonnie to come back and tell us she spent $5,000?
Just as a reminder, Madam Chair, as you know, ad hoc committees of a Board of Supervisors are inherently temporary. So, right. You know, that's not something that's necessarily going to be in place long term. And so I do think it prudent to come to the board rather than the ad hoc.
Oh, thank you, Council. Supervisor Tuffanelli, could you please proceed? Do all three?
Well, Madam Chair, I think we need to do we need to do public.
No, that's right. Mr. Mills had something. Mr. Mills?
I do have something. The ad hoc committee council has been in place how long?
I don't recall.
At what point does it exceed its time limit threshold is the question.
Well, we as a board in January continued it for this year. Yeah. It was up, but in January when we did our thing for the year, we said okay for another year for the ad hoc. We agreed to that.
It was actually set to terminate in June of this year. by the board's direction. Supervisor Toffanelli is correct that you agreed to extend it, and we did add some priorities to it through the remainder of the year.
My question still goes back to there are rules regarding ad hoc committees and the amount of time that they can be in place, and that we as a board do not have the latitude to extend beyond that state mandated time limit for an ad hoc committee.
That's correct, Supervisor Mills. I was just pointing out that it's not something that's going to be in place forever. And so to the extent that the board's action today, dictated that something go through the ad hoc committee, I was just reminding that that's not something that's going to be in existence, for the remainder of time.
Could you review and respond, counsel, to me as to how long an ad hoc committee is permitted to exist under state law?
Sure, happy to do so.
And is it a matter that we may have to take some formal action to put a different ad hoc committee together in order to meet the qualifications of things we're wanting to get done?
I'm happy to get back to you on that, Supervisor.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on this items?
I don't see any at the moment, but if we could give it a minute, that would be great.
Okay, let's move on. Supervisor Toffanelli.
Yes, I would like to make a motion on 3, 4, and 5 to move them with the addendum that we are reported. The board is reported by Bonnie every 2 months on where we're status of these projects and on these 3 contracts.
Would you modify that to just a member of staff?
Member of staff. That's fine.
Second.
A motion by Supervisor Toffanelli. And who made the second, please?
Supervisor.
Mr. Stopper.
Thank you. And a second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Aye. Passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. Item 6, Supervisor Toffanelli.
Yes, again, routine and non-controversial. I don't recall ever having something like this presented to the board, so it's certainly not routine. And it certainly, to me, is controversial what you're asking here to do. We're a board, we operate as a board. To give authority to you to write letters on behalf of the board without even coming to the board presenting for an opportunity for our input and public input just defeats the purpose, I think, as us as a board. We have policies in place for the chair, and nowhere in those policies does it give directions to write letters on behalf of the board without us knowing about it or any input by the board for these letters, regardless of what they are. And specifically, the number 3 on this item, where you want to write to state and federal officials on behalf of the county or otherwise furtherance the board goals and priorities. I don't see, you may be putting your own spin on stuff that we don't even see. And then you're putting the name of the board on there, and I just disagree. You can write as many letters as you like to whoever you like and sign them District 3 Supervisor Marita Callaway. But this issue of trying to push this through, especially on a consent agenda, and not even bringing it to the board as putting it into anything that the board's policies are, I just totally disagree with this. I can't understand why any other supervisor would agree to have you write a letter on our behalf without even any of our input or bringing it to the board. Just doesn't make sense to me. So I can't support this in any way, shape, or form the way it is. It's never been done before. How many times? How many years have you been? How many years have you been on the board, Marita? And how many chairs have you gone through that's never had this ability on, as a chair, just to write a letter and sign the board without even bringing it to the board? It doesn't make sense. It defeats the purpose of this board.
Well, first of all, this board, and for years, has never been very active with state and federal issues. And one,
I disagree. I disagree.
I'm talking supervisor, and things are moving quite rapidly. The one that I just did for Wagon Wheel, did not do it on behalf of the board. Supervisor Mills had been involved last year. The grant fell through. It was now open. It's open for review. It had to be in prior to this board's meeting. And I know Wagon Trail is a high priority of this county. It has been for 30 or 40 years. It's a priority of the COG. So they wanted a letter of support that from the county. I didn't put it on behalf of the board. I wrote it on stationery. It did not say Board of Supervisors on the stationery. But considering the time frame was short, it had to be in for the review process. One of the reasons we didn't get it last time, even though we had a good application, was that we didn't have any letters of support. So fine, it's in. It went in last week. They also wanted support from the ag community. So I called around and asked the ag community, would you write letters of support for the Wagon Trail project? And they were all supported, mostly supportive of it. So I did that. It didn't have time for me to to wait until today to get you to approve a letter for a project that we've always supported. The other one I did was having to do with the CARES Act and funding. I mean, who wouldn't want money back? Well, the counties, rural counties, were excluded. It was going to be acted on before we met. We found out on the 19th they needed a response by the 22nd. So I wrote a letter saying we would like counties, rural counties, to be included for the funding directly from the Treasury. I CC'd the board. You were CC'd on that letter. You were CC'd on the Wagon Trail letter. Sometimes things just happen quickly and we don't have time. We used to meet every Tuesday or every Monday before we went to every Tuesday. So there was usually time. We don't always have that time. And I feel that if I write a letter on behalf of the board that you think is inappropriate, then you call me on it. But when time is of an essence, then and I'm doing it in what is the board's goals, and what it is that we set as priorities. I'm not going out and asking for anything that is controversial to the board, but something that we need it's nicer to have the board's support. For Marita Calloway, District 3 Supervisor, to write a letter on Wagon Trail was like, okay, why? But if I can write a letter, just, this is a project that I know we're all supportive of, then why can't I do it?
Because You didn't come to the board to.
Pardon?
Can I speak to what you had to say?
Sure.
Can I speak to what you had to say?
Yeah.
Marita, you could have emailed Dennis or me, who are on COG, for that letter. Yes, you could have. You had time. It wasn't you had to write that letter immediately. I disagree with you wholeheartedly on both of the things you just said. You had plenty of time. That the last meeting that we had, that the window was still open, and you never even brought it up that you were writing that letter or consider writing that letter. The time frame was there, and each one of us could have wrote a letter. Each of us could have wrote a letter. So I disagree with what you're saying. Things may be happening fast, but things have always happened fast. They've never been any different in all the years we've been on the board, and you know that. So I disagree with what you're saying, and this may open it up to you to decide what is a priority and what isn't a priority. I just think that it needs to be by the board, and the board needs a discussion so we all have input on any letter being written by a chair representing this county. Again, I can write a letter, put District 1 supervisor on it. Ben can put District 2 supervisor on it, or excuse me, District 5 supervisor on it. We could all five write a letter supporting Wagon Trail or CARE or whatever. But if we're going to send one with your name and it says chair of the Board of Supervisors, regardless of what letterhead you put on it, that's indicating that's from and representing the whole board. And without our input on it, that's just not the way things are done.
Gary, I can't call each of you and ask you to do something. I can't do that.
No, you can't.
And the letter.
But you can have Diane send out an email to us asking for a letter. You can have Diane send it out to us.
Well, I don't know. I disagree. I think that the chair, and we're just doing it for me. I mean, whoever the chair is next year, we can do it for that chair. I think all chairs should be allowed to do that. So, for having, oh, good, let's send 5 letters to Washington, D.C. from 5 different supervisors. Why? Why not one letter saying the Wagon Trail is important? And the one for the CARES.
Directed by the board.
Well, I disagree, so I put this on the.
Okay. Did you have a conversation with county council on these? Did you have a county council?
Yes.
That's why this item is on the board. And their direction to you, you know what they told you, Marie, and that's why this is on this agenda.
Oh, okay. Thank you for telling me that. Mr. Stopper?
Sorry, I had to work my unmute button. You both have good points. Timeliness, I do, for the most part, have to agree with Mr. Toffanelli that any letter should be vetted before the entire board if it's from the entire board. As we've done in the past, you have the opportunity, like with Wagon Trail. I believe you should have reached out to Mr. Mills because that's both in your realm in the county. You should have worked together on a letter. I could, in certain facets, Ms. Calloway, I completely understand where you're coming from because of timeliness and how fast things are changing right now. And it's very fluid. We don't know what's happening next week. We don't know if they're going to reconvene and vote on something at the Senate that could potentially help us. I'm comfortable in being able to write my own letter in those short amounts of time, as well as you should feel comfortable in writing your own. I'm not going to, if I were ever to be chair somewhere down the road, I would not assume that I could speak on behalf of the entire board without speaking with them and getting their full input first. That's where I stand.
Mr. Mills?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I do understand what you're trying to do, but I also I think that the board needs to reserve the ability to have at least a 3-2 discussion on these kind of issues. I know that the Wagon Trail project is primarily in my district, but it's also somewhat in Supervisor Toffanelli's district as well. I have written letters in the past and sent them to Washington regarding Wagon Trail, and we all have that prerogative to do so. But when it's something that's coming from the entire board, there is an assumption that the board is in concurrence with everything that's being said. And that is where the rub is created, is that we oftentimes don't have the same priorities in our own minds individually. We represent our districts as best we can, but I think that those issues that have the Board of Supervisors and the chair's stamp on it should have a concurrence and a consensus of the board before they go out, no matter what the process. If it's a case of calling for an emergency meeting, if it's that critical, then maybe that's what we need to do.
I was just going to, thank you, Supervisor Mills. I was just going to jump in and remind the board that in addition to obviously things that you can each send individually or in groups of 2, if something is time sensitive, a special meeting so that the entire board can consider something and take action is always an option as well.
Thank you.
Well, then I would have called for 2 special meetings within a framework of a week. And to me, then you have to do your 24-hour posting. Is this an urgency or an emergency? And then get the board together to review a letter asking for money for the thing process that was going to be worked on over the weekend. I guess I just feel like, either you have trust in the chair to do what's right, and if you don't, then you don't appoint that person to be a chair. There needs to be some flexibility here. Mr. Garamendi?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I agree with you. There needs to be some flexibility. But in my 3.5 years on this board, I have learned to count to 3. So it seems like as I listen to this conversation, there doesn't seem to be a large opposition to congratulatory messages and thank yous, stuff like that. It's where we're dealing with interagencies or federal or state agencies. Am I misunderstanding that? Can we go with half a loaf on this? And Madam Chair, that's a question for you and the rest of the board. So my question is, can we do number 1 and 2? And I support number 3, but I don't know if we've got the votes, so I'm wondering if we go halfway.
So would the board have been willing to have 2 emergency meetings in a week? And what would have been the time frame? Because that's what would have had to have happened. If you're not willing to meet in an emergency meeting so that I can ask for the county to be included in funding for CARES, or that our application
I'd be willing to
is being reviewed, that's what would have to happen. Unless council can figure out another way for us to draft a letter and not call for a meeting and all that stuff.
Madam Chair, again, you certainly do have options with respect to sending a letter on your own behalf or again as 2 supervisors. But unless and until the Brown Act is amended, it is my opinion that the board needs to consider something and take action in order for correspondence to come on behalf of the board as a whole. Again, unless there's delegated authority, and as Supervisor Garamendi just proposed, they certainly you can choose to do that for some types of correspondence, but not others. That's
I guess, I look at the one where we were asking our congressional delegation to include rural counties population so we could receive funding from the Treasury through the CARES Act. We wanted that part of the coronavirus relief fund. Having one supervisor write a letter is not as impactful is having the Board of Supervisors write a letter. I mean, I'm really good about writing letters as it impacts my district, and I'm assuming all of you do the same. But that's fine. Mr. Tuffanelli.
To answer your question, yes, if it's that important, I would have been willing to meet 2 special meetings in a week to take care of that business. Absolutely. That's my job as a supervisor. You may look at it as being out of place for you, but for me, it would have been fine. I would have had no problem doing it as a supervisor. That's my job.
Okay, Mr. Garamendi, you have anything else to add? Okay. Well, there seems to be no movement on this item. It dies for lack of any motion or second.
Are you going to ask for public comment, Madam Chair?
Oh, sure. Thank you, Diane. Is there any public comment on this?
There aren't any callers in the queue, but if we can wait a moment, that would give people an opportunity to call in.
Okay, let's move to item 11.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, couldn't get to my buttons quick enough, but before we move off that item, do you have any interest in a modified motion that maybe we could discuss going with number 1 and number 2, which seem less controversial? Would you like to discuss that, or do you want to just move on from this?
I don't know. Board, what are your thoughts? I guess they're not interested either. So every time you want to send a thank you note, you need to bring it to the board for a thank you note. Got it.
Supervisor Callaway, Supervisor Mills has his
Mr.
hand.
Mills?
Yes, Supervisor Garamendi, I'm going to choke here, but I do agree that in non-controversial issues, we can give, the board can do that, to give the authority to the chair to send congratulatory thank yous, et cetera, to various people. But where we interact with state or federal agencies, they are, and I have conversations with them, so I understand, and I know you do too, that they think when they see something that says chair of the board, that the entire board has had some discussion about it and agrees with it. And we have to be very careful with those kind of letters, that we don't get calls from media and we're not aware of the letter being sent. Those are the kind of things that create the controversy. So I would be in concurrence with Supervisor Garamendi about items 1 and 2, as long as item 3 is not included, and an understanding that we need to work to create this as a board policy, that the future chairs can also have the latitude to do this without a whole lot of discussion.
Just for the record, you did receive copies of the 2 letters I sent.
Not always been the case.
Well, I can't address others.
Right.
Then what I would request, if there's support for 1 and 2, would be modified to just say the chair and exclude by name. So it's for whomever the chair is.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion, if that's the case, to accept item number 6 with the edits of removing Supervisor Callaway and just saying chair, and then removing bullet point 3. So the remainder stands. Is that clear, Madam Clerk?
Yes, it is. Thank you very much.
Motion by Supervisor Garamendi. Is there a second?
I will second that.
Second by Supervisor Mills. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Passes
No.
on. No. Supervisor Tuffanelli?
Yes. No.
Okay, you're a no. Mr. Stopper?
I voted no.
I understand that.
I was an aye.
Passes on a 4-1. Supervisor Tuffanelli opposed. Thank you. Move to item 11, Mr. Mills.
Wrong person.
I pulled that.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
I pulled that. It looks Mr. DeBasilio is here. A few points that he wanted to talk to.
Yeah. I just, good morning, board. Thanks for allowing me to chime in on this. I just wanted to bring a couple of things to your attention. This is not part of the Dirty Works contract. This is something separate. What this is a compactor truck, so that if we, for some reason, get a large grow where we cannot, or it would be cost effective, or it'd be not cost effective to just use the trailers that we purchased. As we get into the latter part of the year, August, September, October, where the plants get very big, this compactor can take probably 10 trailer loads that we have and stuff them into one unit. So it'll be beneficial down the road. This is something that Dirty Works would have, well, they just used drop-off bins, which is basically a big container, as opposed to a compactor truck. They're rated out at $112.89 per hour. My thoughts on the process was that if I've got 4 or 5 deputies standing out there waiting for trailers to come back to continue with the grows, it's going to be more cost effective to use these folks. The contract, again, is for $112.89 up until July 1st of 2021. And then the contract will go from July of 2021 to December of 26, not to exceed $280,000 and not to exceed $40,000 per year. I will be honest, I don't see us utilizing these guys very often, but I still needed to have some type of a backup that would be cost effective to remove any marijuanas, the illegal grows. I just trying to be cost effective. That was the whole purpose of buying the equipment, so that we could do 98% of it in-house. This is the other 2% that may be utilized. So that's all I've got, unless you have any questions.
Are there any questions from the board on this item? Mr. Mills?
Thank you, Chair. Sheriff, the question would be, why are we waiting until next year's fiscal budget instead of starting it this coming year?
Well, I believe that this portion goes through the $112 per hour is up until July 1st of 2021. So it actually covers this year's budget. Then okay. the contract, the $280,000 goes from July of 21 to December of 26.
All right. Thank you.
You bet.
Mr. DeBasilio, with that said, that's one thing I didn't catch here, and thank you, Mr. Mills, for bringing that up. So you have the $280,000 set for the following 5 years. Is there an amount set not to exceed this year at the hourly rate? Because I don't see that in here, and I think that should be part of this item.
It is not. Again, it's not at this point because we don't plan on using them. This was just a fallback in case we get a very large grow. So
I understand that, Mr. De Basilio, but and I trust that you intend not to use over a certain amount and be as frugal as possible to stretch all our dollars as far as possible. But with that said, that not being in here, maybe we should consider an amendment for an amount not to exceed if we're going to proceed with approving this if the board so chooses.
And I'm not opposed to that, Supervisor Stopper. I would have to sit down with Lieutenant Sturm to get an idea of how many hours he may think that we might be having to utilize this company. Again, you're looking at $40,000 per year. So I would not imagine, and if the board chose to at this time, we could put a cap on that right now of $40,000, because I know that we would be going over that, and that would be in line with what we're going to do for the other 5-year contract.
One thing you did say is that you would be utilizing this later in the season. So would it be more prudent for you to bring this back to the board during the next meeting with it amended as such?
Oh, well, and again, well, you can amend it right now. As far as I'm concerned, if you went to that 40,000, it's going to basically do the same thing as what we're doing for the next 5 years.
Understood. I'll wait for more comments from the board.
Sheriff?
Yes.
Is there any obligation that we have to Dirty Works, since if this is approved, then you would be stopping the use of Dirty Works?
Well, Dirty Works contract originally was a 3-year contract for not to exceed $525,000. We used $200,000 of that dollars last year. We're not going to be using them. I will not use them moving forward, so that contract will just die. So we have no obligation to utilize them, to answer your question.
Okay. So there was no minimum guarantee?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
No, because there was no way for us to decide, to know what type of grows and whether we would even need them. So there was never any guarantee.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Stopper, I'm sorry, Mr. Mills?
Yes, I would concur that I think it's necessary to insert the $40,000 threshold for next calendar year, which be July 1st of 2020 through 2021 in this. But I will leave Mr. Stopper to make that make the call here.
Appreciated, Mr. Mills. If there's any comments from any other supervisors on this further, I would leave it to public comment first.
Is there any public comment on this item?
I don't see anyone in the queue, but I think we're going to put the phone number up in case anybody would like to call in now.
Thank you. Okay, let's bring it back to the board for a motion.
Madam Chair, would the amendment set for fiscal year 2021 that not to exceed the amount of $40,000 during this year? I would like to make a motion to execute and approve.
Is there a second on the motion as modified?
I do have a question for the sheriff.
Yes, Mr. Mills.
The question would be, then would this be included in your budget for 2020, 2021?
It will now.
Because I don't have it in your budget book right now.
Yeah, we will have to add that in.
Okay, we can have that conversation later in the day then. I will second the motion, ma'am.
Thank you. I have a motion by Supervisor Stopper, a second by Supervisor Mills. All in favor?
Aye.
As amended. Opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote. Thank you. Thank you, Sheriff. Move to item 13, the amendment with Dr. Kaleda. And who pulled this? I don't remember. I apologize.
Dennis.
Mr. Mills.
Yes, I pulled the item, Madam Chair, because of the amount of controversy that has come about as a result of the COVID-19 in Calaveras County. I do recall back on March 17th of a statement that was made that we would see between 60 and 122 cases in our county within 4 to 6 weeks, and that did not occur. I just feel that we're not moving fast enough in this county to bring ourselves back to what we were before. And my statements is that I know that the good doctor is doing everything he can to work within the guidelines of the state. I have no animosity towards that situation, but given the situation with the county and where we are, I just wanted to be on public record that I don't support the contract extension at this time.
So, Mr. Mills, are you saying you don't want a contract with any public health officer or with this public health officer?
With this specific public health officer, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Is Mrs. Stranger? Oh, there you are. Yes.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm here for any questions.
Okay. Mr. Mills thinks that we should not renew the contract with Dr. Kaleda. I'm assuming, please correct me, Mr. Mills, if you're wrong, that we need to go out and find another public health officer.
I'm not certain I'd get support to do that, but that would be my thought. You do know that the Los Angeles County Health Officer resigned in the last 24 hours. There have been a number of health officers, and I know that Kristen can speak to the fact of the number of health officers that have resigned in California over this COVID-19 situation. It is a very difficult road for doctors to go down because of the amount of politics that's involved, and trying to find that balance between the two is very difficult at best. So I appreciate the work that he's done, but I think that we need to look at moving on.
Oh, I understand. I was just trying to clarify what it is that you want, but we can come back to that. Ms. Stranger, did you have anything you wanted to say to Mr. Mills' comment about not renewing the contract with Dr. Kaleda?
Kristen Stranger, Health and Human Services Agency. I only bring items to the board for consideration that I am in support of. So by the essence of bringing the item, I feel very strongly that the services Dr. Kaleda has provided over the course of his tenure with us, as well as continues to lead our county, have been more than satisfactory and fully support continuing to work with him. I do recall the modeling data he presented that Supervisor Mills was referencing, and I think that's actually a positive that the numbers did not reach what was potentially projected at that time. Again, this remains a fluid situation, so I think actually that is something that we could recognize as a positive of not only Dr. Kaleda, but the Public Health Department as part of Health and Human Services Agency, and even more so, the greater community as a whole, who did such a fantastic job of adhering to all of the requirements and doing their very best to protect our community. So actually, I think that is a positive thing to present and make aware.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Dr. Kaleda stepped into an impossible situation, and he did it with tremendous courage. Making the hard calls is something that, we face it, but we get to face it with 5 of us. he had to make a lot of these calls while supported by great staff and very difficult times. He's the man in the ring, and we are parlor generals critiquing what happened in the past for someone who's doing the best they had with the data they had at the time. I support him, and after public comment, I'm willing to make a motion to renew this contract.
Thank you, Supervisor. Is there any other board comments at the moment? Mr. Tuffanelli.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. You know, this is a controversial issue, as all of us have got many emails and phone calls on this, on both sides of this issue, and Mr. Kaleda or Dr. Kaleda's name involved in it. And to be honest with you, I'll be very honest with you, had this item come up 4 weeks ago when we were trying to get a golf course open, and the golf course is open, and the situations that we were going through, just trying to get something out there so we could get them open, it was very frustrating. I probably would not be in favor of this. But since then, the doctor has stepped up to the plate and has withdrew all of his restrictions except for the ones about light traveling. He's worked with us and other members of not only this board, but the community, the city, staff. Even his comments today about moving forward into stage 3 with the state was very positive. And Jack is right that he stepped into an impossible situation. I think all county or city and state, the state health officers all stepped into something that was unknown. Again, as Dr. stated in his comments earlier, nothing like this has happened in our lifetimes. So it was unknown. And I'm sure it was he was trying to be as professional as he could. And he was come across very professional, although a lot of times, like us, you have to make decisions that aren't popular. So I would support this contract at this time, just given the fact that he has shown in the recent weeks that he stepped up to the plate, and I really appreciate it. So those are my comments.
Mr. Stopper?
I think everyone here has very good points. I have to agree with Mr. Toffanelli. Dr. Kaleda has adapted extravagantly in the last so many months. He came into this situation, generally a public health director never really delves into the deep politics of situations. And that's something that, during our meetings and these public health updates and our conversations with him, that we relay, because we're the feet on the ground, all 5 of us that are corresponding with people out there. Also, moving forward, I highly doubt that there's another doctor within Calaveras County that really has the experience Dr. Kaleda has, that's willing to step up into this position, especially with what Mr. Mills has brought up. So many public health officials under these times have resigned across the state. With that said, where would that leave us as a county without a public health official? Would that leave us to the state's decision 100%? And does that leave us with an absence to go forward and apply for another variance in the future? There's multiple questions. I understand where Mr. Mills comes from. Somewhat on a political level, I agree with him. But also, I do have to commend Dr. Kaleda for stepping up, adapting to the situation, and stepping into a realm along with his usual services that I believe in the last month he stepped up and done over and beyond the job that he, as a regular public health official, would normally have to do. And he, with the adaption, he's made changes to how he's proceeding. So I personally would support this. And if there's if there's public comment in the future, I would even consider making a motion as with Mr. Garamendi.
Well, have comments to make. I think we are more than fortunate to have had Dr. Kaleda with us. This is a medical issue. It was not a political issue, and none of us were really qualified to lead that ban. And having someone in charge from a medical perspective, I think that we're in good stead due to his medical leadership on the health issue. And I think we've been fortunate over the years to have had him as our public health officer. He's always been in the background, never in the foreground. And I've sort of always told everybody you can have only one incident commander, and it's been Dr. Kaleda. And I think he's done a remarkable job for the county and the residents of us that we deal with on not making this a political issue, but sticking with the medical aspects of the coronavirus. Excuse me. So I think Calaveras is very fortunate to have him. And I've heard that from people in the medical field in our county. Are there any public comments on this item?
Madam Chair, I don't see any in the queue, but again, I think we're going to be putting up the phone number and then anybody would be able to call in.
Marita, with that cough, you should go by the testing center in Angel Camp on the way home.
I was waiting for somebody to say that. Muchas gracias. Okay, thank you. I'd like to bring the item back to the board. I have a motion. Unless there's any further board comments, I have a motion by Supervisor Garamendi. And if I remember correctly, a second by Supervisor Mr. Stopper.
Yes, ma'am.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Passes on a 4-1 vote of the board. Supervisor Mills in the negative. Thank you. Does anybody need a break? We'll take a 6-minute recess.
We'll reconvene at 11:15.
That's what Madam Clerk said that's going to happen.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to move to item 14. Madam Clerk, did you want to read this, please?
Sure. Item 14 is from Public Works to adopt an ordinance amending County Code Chapter 12.08.350, encroachment on public highways.
Okay. Excuse me. Is Mr. Pack with us?
He is.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me, Chair?
I even see you. Yes. Thank you. Please proceed.
Technology works. Good morning, Chair Callaway and members of the board. Joshua Pack, your Director of Public Works. This item today is asking you to adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 12.08.350, the encroachment ordinance. For those that recall, on April 28th, 2020, we brought this item to you for a first reading. Since that time, we have done our necessary documentation and outreach in the community. A little bit of background on this. This is a result of the long process to adopt the trench policy. That policy took about 9 months in total. The board did adopt the trench restoration policy on November 5th, 2019. One of the action items out of that was to look at the encroachment ordinance and to make sure we made any revisions or changes to make sure that the ordinance and the Muni Code was consistent with our new policy. I was actually a little surprised going through it that I only found one section that was actually inconsistent with our policy, which was 1208-350. That original language required us to utilize specifications adopted in 1963. We made the revision to reflect that backfilling and compaction requirements are governed by the road commissioner still, but also by the new policies and specifications outlined in the trench policy. Nothing else changes. This doesn't significantly affect the way we do business. It's more of a paperwork item to make sure that this document, that our trench policy is consistent with the municipal code. And with that said, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Do any of the board members have any questions of Mr. Pack? Mr. Stopper.
Thank you, Chair Callaway, and thank you, Mr. Pack. I'm fully aware, and I'm glad that you have brought this forward. This is needed an amendment to this. My question pertains to the new policies and methods that are being stated. You just brought up that it would be mostly a paperwork issue. Will this require any more inspections in the process for you? And to further the question, with permitting, this is, it's not just public works, it's multiple departments that we get calls throughout the permitting process. Are there performance markers in place as we move forward? Because this is all an indication of customer service is what, which is why we're here to facilitate the means for people to get their permits for encroachment permits as such. And, is there markers for time to issuance and, regular, if there's multiple resubmittals, is there a way that we have this up so that our average public that doesn't deal with this every day can get the information to move forward and successfully apply for a permit in a timely manner, so that we can facilitate customer service to the best of our ability as the county and public works?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Stopper. I think you hit on a couple of different things. The first thing I want to highlight is I think a lot of the questions are related to how we're doing encroachment permits today, and not necessarily related to this item, but I still want to highlight some and answer some of the questions you have. First of all, one of the things you'll notice is, and I think that belies the fact that we have so little changes in this ordinance, is that our new policy is very consistent with our old policy. It's a lot of the standards and conditions are pretty similar. As a matter of fact, in some of the areas, we ease restrictions for folks trying to comply with the new trench policy. In reality, for good actors, for folks that are working with us collaboratively, there really isn't an increase in the frequency of inspections. As a matter of fact, there are some provisions in the trench policy that allows easing of some of the restrictions if continued good performance is shown. So I think there's some measures and some markers in there that reward good performance with easing somewhat of some of the requirements, or at least making them not quite as frequent. So in reality, the number of inspections don't change really much between the old policy and the new one. As far as performance markers in place, we do track every encroachment permit that comes in. We do not use Track It. That is one of the things that I think a lot of folks don't know. One of the reasons we don't use Track It is a lot of the permits that we get on the encroachment side are standalone. They're not tied to building or environmental health or elsewhere. We looked at the opportunity to incorporate Track It as our encroachment permit process. The decision we made at the time was, if it's not broken, don't fix it. We don't get a lot of complaints from our community, from our contractors on our policy. The concern was adding a whole new process for all of our utility providers, which are a high percentage of our permitting process. A lot of contractors who reach us independently of the building permit process. we felt that this was adding a new layer of complexity that may or may not positively benefit our construction community or the utility providers. We do have some markers. We don't necessarily share that because it's a very basic 90s, 20th century process. We use paper, we use email, we don't use an online tracking system, although we do track our permits internally. We could certainly put up information on our website to share that. Most of the time, folks pick up the phone and call or email us, and we usually get back to them within 24 hours. The last thing I want to say here regarding our the review and re-review process, we do work a lot with our partners. One of the things that I strive with my staff, and I think we do a really good job, is we don't use each opportunity in the review process to take another bite of the apple. If we have items that we identify in the first process, we don't use the second time around to identify new issues or concerns. So a lot of times when we get a first review, we provide comments and feedback. If the contractor responds or the applicant responds to those, we issue the permit as approved. A lot of the times where we see issues is where the applicant ignores our comments, in particular comments that are consistent with the municipal code. And so we do see issues from time to time, whether they're ignored, whether on purpose or by accident. That can involve a re-review process, which can take some time, and it can frustrate applicants. But again, we're trying to balance the need to uphold the conditions with the Muni Code, at the same time providing good customer service and meeting the needs of our constituents. So hopefully that answers your question.
For the most part, sir, and I hear you very well, and it makes sense. The one beneficial part to track it is in the process. They can check on their permit, see what section it is without needing a phone call. And at the same time, let's say if they had hired an engineer that has failed to submit, let's say, the information in a timely manner, which is holding them up and isn't necessarily Public Works' fault in the process, they can see that and see that they need to call their engineer as opposed to Public Works and find out what's going on with their process moving forward. So, that's my concern, is just, let's call it transparency moving forward, them be able to check on things. Not that I don't see a problem with your part of the process. Sometimes it's not Public Works' fault, and the applicant isn't necessarily aware that their engineer is behind at the same time. So I think consideration in the future on how we're processing is where I'm going. Not that I'm asking for it now, but if there's something that they can check in without making a phone call, through it, I see the beneficial ends of it in other departments, and I understand your perception that you're used to doing it a certain way, your paper, as opposed to what other departments do. But I just appreciate the consideration on that in the future for transparency purposes and facilitating good customer service.
And I really appreciate the comments and feedback. And I think I've been in front of this board for the last 18 months. I think I tend to hammer home the transparency and accountability aspect on behalf of Public Works. In this case, the reason we didn't use Track It, again, was because the encroachment permit process and our grading permit processes are quite disparate from other permitting processes in the county, through building, through environmental health. A lot of those are kind of a suite of answers. When you build a new house, you need a building permit, you need an environmental health permit for the sewer and septic system, the planning permit potentially, or planning element. Public Works is not a player in a lot of that, and particularly roads and projects that aren't on the maintained mileage system. If grading that doesn't exceed 50 cubic yards or more. And so when I looked at it and that decision was made, it wasn't made to try not to be transparent. The decision that the improved transparency that comes with a system like Track It, I think, was outweighed by, the processes and procedures that we were putting for a lot of people that didn't necessarily benefit from having Track It. As a matter of fact, would be negatively impacted. In particular, our utility providers who really don't have a need for Track It With that said, I'm always open to new opportunities. We've been testing a couple other online systems. Actually, with COVID-19, we adopted what's called a base camp system. We've been using our larger providers to share information. That's a great way to use it. That's a short-term solution, and I'm certainly open to other software systems. I think over time, looking at encroachment permit solutions, there isn't really a standalone software that I've seen that works well. And I see a lot of things like Track It, and this doesn't mean as a knock and on Track It. It's just encroachment permits are not the core service of what it provides. And so when you look at trying to add it on as kind of a supplemental, again, I felt like after looking at the whole suite and the positives and negatives, I felt that the negatives outweighed the positives. But certainly at the board's discretion, we could certainly reconsider doing that. My concern is we'd have some pushback from especially the utility providers and other contractors who otherwise don't have to use Track It and are perfectly comfortable with our process. But again, appreciate any opportunity to be more transparent, and perhaps there's ways we can do that in other ways.
Thank you, sir. I do appreciate you addressing my questions. And also, once the other members of the board comment and everything, I will consider making a motion to move this forward.
Are there any board comments on this item? Are there any public comments on this item?
I don't see anyone in the queue. However, we just put the numbers up on the screen.
I'll bring this item back to the board. Mr. Stopper, would you like to make your motion, please?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. I would move to adopt a ordinance amending County Code Chapter 12.08.350, encroachment and public highways.
A second?
Second. I'll second.
A second by Supervisor Mills. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Thank you, Gary. Passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pack.
Thank you, Mr. Pack.
I'd like to move to item 15, a housing element update. I just to do a little housekeeping. After the housing element, we have the cannabis one. I thought before, after 15 and before we move to 16, we would take a lunch break. Does anyone have any objection to that? Okay.
Madam Chair,
yes.
Can we move item 17 before 16 and then take the break for lunch? Because I don't think that one's going to take much time at all.
Got it.
Thank you.
We'll do that. Okay. So item 15, the housing element update. Oh, where's Mr. Maurer? Well, in the interim, till he comes online, let's do item 17.
We don't,
Madam Chair, Mr. Maurer is in the attendees with his hand up.
I don't see a hand.
You got to click on attendees.
Oh. Oh, there he is. Okay. Mr. Maurer. Did you want to take item 15, please, on the housing element update on the annual report? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I guess there was a little delay in me joining the meeting. Peter Maurer from the Planning Department. This is our annual report that we're required to submit to the State Department of Housing and Community Development. It's basically a rundown of the number of housing permits that we issue the previous year in an attempt to look at our movement towards the regional housing needs assessment. In your packet on page 368 is a table that shows the number of housing units that the state expects the county to need in order to meet the housing needs of our community. And then the second part of that table shows what we did in 2019. So there were 92 building permits applied for. As you can see, they're all in the moderate or above moderate category. And then we finaled 120 building permits last year for housing. And what I found good was that 38% of those was in, I'm sorry, 63, over half of those were in the moderate income category. And so that shows that we're making some progress. What's a little disappointing is that we had no very low or low income. And so that's something we'll need to work on in the future, is to provide housing for that segment of our community. The other component of this is a table showing progress towards implementation of the housing element policies and measures. And unfortunately, the one that was included in the packet was not a complete table. For some reason, there was a glitch. Either I screwed up or somehow the system didn't accept all of the edits that we made. And we didn't find out until just a couple days ago that what we had submitted to the state was not a complete listing of the policies that we are working on. And if it's okay with you, I'd like to share my screen and show you the completed table, Table D. And so I will bring that up. Okay, so you can see that, and in the packet there were a number of uncompleted cells here in this table. What this table shows is that we have about 20 or so programs that we are working on at this moment that shows that we are really working towards implementing our housing element. I think that's something that has been lacking a little bit in the past. I think one of the most important steps we've taken in the past year was to hire a housing manager. She is Lee Kimball, wonderful person, really go-getter when it comes to housing programs. It's a shared position between the Health and Human Services Agency and planning, 3/4 for HHSA and 1/4 of time for planning. And she's really doing a bang-up job on looking at affordable housing issues, homelessness issues, and things like that. And so that's going to be a real benefit to us in the long term as far as meeting the housing needs of our community. The other thing that we've done recently was secured some grant funding to work on some of the other programs, some of the ordinance updates that we need to do, come up with incentive programs. And so I'm really excited about our ability to move forward with implementing the housing element. I'll leave this up here for a few more moments. If you have any questions on this, I have forwarded on to the board clerk. It will be included in your minutes, as well as we will post this updated Table D on our county website, on the Planning Department website under the housing element. So this is just an opportunity for you and the public to make comments on this. We've already submitted it to the state. It's required to be submitted April 1st. We are delayed because of the COVID-19 pandemic and other issues. The state fortunately has given us some leeway in late submittal, and by doing so, we are eligible for a number of funding programs that the state has and that we utilize, particularly in the Health and Human Services Agency. Do you have any questions for me?
Jack?
Thank you. I can't figure out how to do the hand thing while the screen's up. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Peter, thank you for this report. I have two questions. The first question is, when we list, what is the criteria for moderate housing? Are we comparing what we count as moderate housing to, is it the same cost as Walnut Creek, or do they have it scaled in some way to take into account where we're at?
That is scaled to our community. So we look at the average income for our community, the housing costs in this region, as opposed to, say, the Bay Area or Southern California. So it is scaled to Calaveras County.
Thank you. I appreciate the fact that, I understand we're going to see stuff on Title 25 shortly. But Peter, as you look at our housing needs in the community, and particularly in the low, moderate, and very low affordable housing ranges, I know you're looking at this long list of projects that we're working on and things we're trying to do to tweak, but if there are certain items that this board can take on to tweak that would open up that gate, keep your antenna open for it, because I think, we're all concerned. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I'm concerned about this and getting more affordable housing built, working housing in particular. So if you have ideas, let us know.
I will do so.
Mr. Mills.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Peter, thank you for the report. As you're aware, the state is capable of providing some type of financial, what would I call it, penalty for our inability to meet the goals. Where are we at in relation to those goals? And has the state given us any direction as to what their expectation would be?
So there isn't any direct penalty for not meeting the goals to date, although there are continually suggestions in the legislature to tie meeting the arena to a variety of funding, from transportation funding to particularly housing funding sources. So far, that legislation has not been successful, thankfully, and I work closely with other planning directors around the state and the organization representing California counties that, to ensure that, it's not so onerous, that it's something that can't be done. The housing shortage, the housing crisis in this state is not something that an individual county can solve. We're fortunate here in that we're somewhat contained, and we're not reliant on if you're in an urban area where there are numerous cities and jurisdictions where, housing and jobs cross political boundaries, you don't have any control over that. We do have some control here, but still it's a statewide issue that needs something more than a hammer to, bludgeon local jurisdictions into somehow providing the housing solutions for the community. So there isn't any penalty so far. We are in good stead. We've been on target with, we've met the reporting requirements every year for the past several years. We are making progress. So I think that we will be in good standing, sort of regardless of what comes out of the legislature over the next few years.
Peter, the next question would be, how are we doing on the mother-in-law quarters, the housing 1,400 square foot and smaller?
So we updated our ordinance a year ago, about a year ago. Yeah. There have been that was a fairly significant update to bring us into compliance with state law. That is a very significant portion of how we meet our moderate housing requirements. So by definition, an accessory dwelling unit is an affordable unit, and it qualifies as moderate housing. And so we did not have quite as many of those built last year as we have had in the past, but that's still a good way to meet those requirements. So there were some recent updates updates last year, but they weren't so significant that we felt we needed to redo our ordinance once again. But we'll keep tabs on subsequent edits or subsequent changes to state law and bring that forward if we need to again.
Okay, appreciate your answers. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I can't see Mr. Tuffanelli. Did you have any questions of Mr. Mauer?
Do you want me to take this down? Unless there's any questions on this table here, I can remove this from the screen. So
no. That's fine. Thank you, Mr.
Marita,
Mauer.
I did have one question, Maria.
Go ahead.
Peter, did you say this amended chart that didn't appear, that it appeared shortened in our agenda packet, that you sent that entire chart to the state, or do you have to amend what you sent to the state and resend this full chart to them?
We had to revise the chart and include this table D amendments, and we resent it. But it's an online table that we had to fill out. It was quite a lengthy process, but we just had to update it and then resubmit it to the state. It's all done electronically, so it's not a big deal for us, other than getting all the data and figuring it out.
Okay, thank
you. Mr. Stopper?
Thank you, Chair Callaway. As you know, we were in the CSAC meeting on affordable housing this fall. And they hadn't put anything forward, but they said they were going to move forward on holding counties accountable for building affordable housing, which I find a bit ironic, because we're a county, we aren't in the business of building homes. So, and with the state laws coming forward with the building code, typically they consistently add to the cost of building homes. So with this, do you think that Title 25 will help us bridge this gap moving forward if we do something to that effect? Also, I want to thank Supervisor Mills for bringing up accessory dwellings. That has definitely put us in the moderate category with affordable housing. And also, I would put the question out there, low-income housing and affordable housing. I think those are two different categories that fall in there. I would like that explanation, Mr. Mauer. And will there be any consideration for exemptions for people, or let's say developers, if they decide, as we move forward, will we be able to give people exemptions possibly if they move more houses into, their developments that fall within the moderate category?
I
did a lot of stuff there. Sorry.
Yeah. So as I indicated, there is constantly legislation that is submitted for consideration to try to address the housing shortage. We don't really know what's going to happen with that. Right now, there isn't anything that has a strict penalty, but that could happen. So we're constantly keeping tabs on that, to see how it affects all of the jurisdictions. The Title 25 amendments, I've been working with Doug Oliver in the building department. We have a draft that's being reviewed by the building industry right now. I think that's something that we'll be seeing in the near future. That'll be brought to the board. The term, I think you used the term low-income housing versus affordable housing. They're sort of interchangeable. Affordable is the broad range of very low, low, and moderate income. And it's based on how much money a household makes and can afford towards their housing costs, based on Calaveras County income levels and housing prices. You may recall that we received a grant from the state under the SB2 program, and that's where we will be looking at options that we can encourage developers to build more affordable housing, find ways that we can perhaps reduce costs. So there's several different policies that we are working on and a program to, reach out to the community, reach out to the building industry to find out where we can promote more affordability. There usually isn't a problem in finding the market rate housing. That's going to be met by the market itself. And so what kinds of encouragement, carrots, if you will, can we provide for the building industry to build more affordability within their programs? Now, we have an existing density bonus program. The problem in a rural jurisdiction like ours is it's very rare that any developer builds at the maximum density. The topography constraints, just the market itself, doesn't really lend itself to someone needing to have density bonuses to make their project work out. So we will be looking at what other options there are in there. I mean, one of the things that has been suggested in the past is a mandate, and I don't think that we're prepared to go down that path right now, but that is an option that a lot of communities are using to actually force the construction of affordable housing. That was discussed some years back when the previous update of our housing element, not the most recent one that was updated last year, but 5 years before that. And it was clear that the county didn't want to, do what's called inclusionary housing. You must include a certain number of affordable units. So we're looking at ways to optimize, and encourage the developers to do it. Looking at market strategies and incentives that would promote that. Did I get all your questions?
Yeah, no, you absolutely did, and thank you for covering it. So it was quite broad. Yes, I think that incentivize is something I was looking for, and the one thing is possibly exemptions being included in that if make it beneficial to the contractor to go down that road for a certain percentage. Not that we want to force people in their own business to do something, but incentivize them through multiple avenues. Thank you.
You're
welcome. Any other board comments? Mr. Maurer, on the program that Health and Human Services had for little houses, would that count for our low, very low, if we could implement that?
Well, that's an option that we can look at. I think what the Health and Human Services Agency was looking at was using a tiny home type context for homelessness housing, which is a little different issue, but it is something that we do need to consider. That's something that, again, so through the building department, building code requirements that we could consider is allowing for, alternative home construction in addition to the Title 25 amendments. That's a consideration that we may be looking at in the future of how can we incentivize, smaller construction. Right now, there's some, challenges with the building code and our ability to meet the code standards with tiny homes. But again, those are things we will be looking at over the next year to try to implement our housing element.
So the challenges regarding the building of tiny homes, did I hear you say that?
Right. So it is my understanding that those tiny home structures do not meet the building code. And so there needs to be amendments to the code, statewide code, that we then typically adopt that would allow that. And that's something that the industry is working on right now, so that all of the standards that are required for fire safety and health, sanitation, continually add to the cost of housing. Particularly things like sprinkler systems and all those kinds of things. And so it's a balancing act that we have to meet, and that the state legislature is having to meet. As how do we protect our residents in fire prone areas, at the same time allow for affordability and transportation requirements and all the other conflicting issues that we face as a community and as a statewide community. So small homes, tiny homes is something that is being looked into right now at the state level. Hopefully get some guidance on that would allow us then to use that as an option for someone. But that's something that, one of the next things we'll be working on is a series of, community workshops to get input in from the community as far as what are some of the ideas. And particularly we want to reach out to the industry as to, what would the incentives be? What would encourage someone to, market, create a different product type that would meet the affordability ranges that we're looking for.
I understood that 2 accessory dwelling units were allowed or going to be allowed on a parcel. Is
not quite. So we allow right now by right 1 accessory dwelling unit. There is what's called a junior accessory dwelling unit, which is a portion of a home. And if you meet that criteria, you could conceivably have a primary residence, a residence, and a JADU. But that's pretty much unlikely in our community. In larger urban areas where the housing demand is so high, that's probably more likely to occur, but I don't see the market for it being here.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Maurer. Is there any public comment on this? Thank you. Mr. Oliver, are you on the line or the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Here, no further any public comment. Excuse me. I want to bring this item back. Mr. Oliver, did you have some additions you'd like to make on this, please?
Well, I just wanted to elaborate on what Mr. Maurer said for those who had questions about the tiny homes conundrum. Essentially, the building code has gone a long way to start making those changes to allow tiny homes. And unfortunately, we still have basically three categories they fall into, or they fall into the 4th category, which I call the unicorn. It really doesn't exist. You either have a mobile home meeting Title 25, you either have a home meeting Title 24 of California Code, or you have an RV, which in most zonings aren't allowed unless you're in a RV park. So the hard part about this is if you're going to make an affordable unit that's a tiny home, you have to recognize if you're using the provisions in the building code, you end up with something that still requires sprinklers, still requires a lot of other mechanical components that are expensive, and it doesn't quite fit the needs of what most people envision when they think tiny home. What Peter and I have been working on that I hope to bring to your board very soon is the rural dwelling ordinance, which is the amendments to Title 25. What that does is it allows us to take full advantage of the owner-built limited density rural dwelling section of Title 25 that allows us to essentially give the control back to the owner of the parcel to say, I intend to live in this building and I want to design it a certain way. The size restrictions go out the window. Minimum requirements, with the exception of fire safety, and habitability, most of those become moving targets. You, instead of following the strict letter of the code, you use it as a basis for approval, and it takes it completely out of the Title 24 realm that most homes are under and puts it in Title 25. So it eliminates a lot of inflexibilities that are built into the code, and it gives people the opportunity to really save a lot more money on building a home than, say, trying to build a tiny home. So that's what we're moving forward on very soon. I have the final, well, the draft that I intend to bring to your board already sent out to the industry work group. I expect to get comments back in the next few weeks, and then we'll be moving that forward for you as a first reading.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments to Mr. Oliver? Thank you. Appreciate it. Mr. Mauer, I've been hearing the same rhetoric for 20 some years. And every time we have a low income project, it's always not in my neighborhood. And when we had, I remember one that just sort of comes to mind about a developer contractor in the county wanted to build apartments. And the neighbors went ballistic, so he turned them into condos, and that was okay. So, I mean, we have an issue. I'm sure all cities and counties have the same issue. And I'm just wondering, at what point does the state say to the counties and cities, you're going to have to do something, or we're going to come in and do it? I mean, that's sort of an extreme, because they're not going to take private property, but the idea that we have to start doing things. The one where the governor's talked about doing things on state land. Have you come into that yet?
Well, yes, and NIMBYism is really one of the biggest challenges for housing development, particularly where it's most appropriate in sort of infill sites. So, yeah, the state is grappling with this. All the communities are grappling with this. I would not be surprised to see legislation passed in the next year or two that makes it easier for counties to approve. I think there is a piece of legislation that's going through right now, what's being considered, that would sort of mandate ministerial approval of certain types of housing. Again, it's in the works, so I don't know exactly where it's at right now, and I don't recall all the details of it. But there is certainly a push by the legislature to make it easier to build affordable housing and to limit the amount of opposition that can occur that ultimately can kill a project. And so, there's a balance there between, the local control over its land use versus the statewide need for providing housing for its citizens. And that's, smarter people than me are working on that. And hopefully we'll have something, if something like that does pass, it's something that we can live with and doesn't create too much of a burden on local jurisdictions. But yeah, it's been going on for a long time. It's not likely to end soon.
No. Thank you. Well, if there's no other comments from the board, thank you, Mr. Mauer. Thank you, Mr. Oliver, for stepping in and clarifying that. I'd like to move to item 17. Madam Clerk, did you want to read this, please? After you get off of mute. You're muted. Oh.
Got it. Item 17 is from the Building Department to adopt a resolution making a finding of substantial public benefit and waiving building permit fees for the McCullamy Hill Veterans Memorial District Shade Structure Project.
Mr. Oliver.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Doug Oliver, Chief Building Official. And yes, this is my face. The reason for the hair, essentially, I lost a bet. So what I'm bringing before your board today is waiving the fees for a small project for one of our local nonprofit organizations. Essentially, the McCullamy Hill Town Hall, which is operated by the Veterans Memorial District, has received an offer to have a shade structure funded by the Historical Trust of McCullamy Hill. The building is used by several nonprofit and volunteer organizations in the area, and one of the locals has requested that the fees be waived for the permit to construct this shade structure. In addition to the shade structure, they are improving the disabled access parking, which connects that shade structure to a accessible ramp. So you have they're going to improve the parking. The existing ramp leads down to the shade structure, and this shade structure is going to be used by the public and all the nonprofit organizations in the area. A project like this, the permitting, as identified in the board packet, is a total of $698.51. Of those fees, we can waive everything except the state mandated fees, which is $2.51. Now, the request that came in was to waive fees for planning and building. The planning department in the fee ordinance has the ability to waive their own fees for these types of things, but the building department's fee structure does not give the building official authority to waive those fees, and so that's why we're bringing it forward to you today. That's really the long and short of it. I think this is a positive thing. There's definitely a public interest, public benefit to this, and so I would recommend to your board that we adopt this resolution and waive the fees for this project. Is there any questions?
Mr. Garamendi, this is in your district.
Yeah. First, I want to thank Doug for helping bring this item forward. I know other supervisors, obviously I support this. This is a great organization. They're doing a wonderful asset for the community. It's the least we could do to help them out. But I know other supervisors have faced this issue in their districts as well. So I would like to ask that, Doug, find a way to bring forward something that is similar to what we've done for planning, or you could use your discretion to help these community groups go forward. I think it would save on staff time. Putting an item before the board takes a great deal of time, and I trust that for $500 you could use your judgment on what is appropriate and not. And if it's sticky, of course you'll bring it to the board. But I would appreciate the support of my fellow board members on this. And after public comment, I would like to make the motion.
Mr. Tuffanelli.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I support Jack on this. I agree with him, and I would be willing to second his motion on if we add to this that Jack pays the $2.51 for the state.
Happy to. Doug, I'll have a check for you tomorrow. It's in the mail.
Mr. Stopper.
Thank you, Jack.
I would concur with Mr. Toffanelli. I support Jack on this, and I think, I also want to support the idea of the building official bringing something forward in the near future, helping him to be able to facilitate this. I trust his judgment on that end also.
My feeling is you better discuss this with council and with our auditor. You like that, Sarah? I'm even recommending they talk to council. I mean, the one reason I am supporting this is that I met Supervisor Garamendi's grandfather regarding the McCullamy Hill Trust many years ago. The office was at the end of Main Street. near the T. So
building well.
yeah, so that was, so the McCollum Hill Trust is an integral part. Thank them for doing that. If there's no further comment, I'd like to open it up to the public. Is there any public comment on this item?
Madam Chair, I don't see anyone in the queue. However, I believe we'll be putting up the numbers in case anybody would like to call.
Seeing no public comment, I'll bring it back to the board. I understand that I have a motion by Supervisor Garamendi and a second by Supervisor Tuffanelli. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oppose?
Aye.
Passes on a 5-0 vote of the board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to take a lunch break. I show 12:10. How about back at 1:30? Okay, we'll be back and we'll resume the meeting at 1:30. Thank you.
Okay, we're good to go.
Welcome back to the board meeting. Okay, I'd like to move to item 16. Madam Clerk, could you read this, please? Thank you.
Absolutely. So item 16 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing, adopt the negative declaration, adopt an ordinance rescinding in full the existing Chapter 17.91 and adding a new Chapter 17.91 regulating cannabis retailers, and direct staff to publish a summary ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Is Mr. Mauer on the line with us?
Yes, I am.
Oh, there you are. Thank you, Mr. Mauer. Would you like to, well, wait a minute. I have to open the public hearing.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to open the public hearing on this item. Mr. Mauer, would you like to proceed, please?
Yes, thank you. Also like to point out that Julie Moss-Lewis from County Council and Greg Whalen, the interim director or acting director for the Cannabis Department, is also available if you have any questions, and we've worked on this together. So this is a revision to what previously was known as the dispensary ordinance. We're calling it a retailer ordinance, cannabis retailer ordinance now, to be consistent with the terminology that's used through the state regulatory program. This primarily carries over the existing requirements for an administrative use permit for a retailer, but the two major components of change are the ability to sell adult use cannabis and to provide for direct distribution or direct sales to customers or delivery to customers. That's the word I was looking for, which currently are not permitted under our current code. For the most part, these are technical changes that are consistent with the requirements of state law. We started back in 2017 with an ordinance to bring the code into compliance with state law. Then a draft ordinance was recommended by the Planning Commission in late 2017. It came before the board. The board had some suggested changes, directed to go back to staff. In the meantime, we were dealing with the regulatory ordinance on cultivation, ultimately resulting in the ban of cultivation in 2018. And then it was reactivated a little over a year ago by the board in April 2019 to bring this back. It's taken some time just because of other priorities, the general plan, the housing element, the cultivation ordinance, but we're finally back before you with this proposed draft as recommended by the Planning Commission. There are a couple of minor changes that we would like to make. And if I could put those up on the screen for a moment, they're in the findings. They just need to update to be more accurate. We've modeled this ordinance after the cultivation ordinance in a way so that they sort of work hand in hand. Some of the findings were very similar. When we were adding these findings, we needed to update them with some of the specifics. So I'm going to show that on the screen here. So you see there are a couple of minor edits to findings F and I. They don't really change any of the substantive provisions of the code other than to be more accurately reflecting the reality.
Mr. Maurer?
Yes.
You're breaking up a bit.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I may have been just a little bit too far away from the speaker. Anyway, so these are just changes to the findings. They don't change the substantive requirements of the ordinance itself. But we'd like to include these edits in our recommendation to you.
Okay, thank you.
I will remove this from unless there's any questions on this specifically, I'll just take this off the screen so we can continue to see each other.
Does the board have any questions on that component? Okay, please proceed.
Okay. Again, the Planning Commission had recommended approval of this on a 3-2 vote. They made a couple of minor changes to primarily the sensitive uses that require separation from the proposed or from a proposed retail establishment. Other than that, they had gone forward with the recommendation on how staff had proposed it. I don't think there's a need for me to go through all of the provisions of the ordinance, but maybe I'll turn it back over to the commission or to the board now. If you have questions on these specific provisions of the draft ordinance, I can bring that up onto the screen as well, so we can go to a specific section if there are any questions or discussion about specific provisions of the code.
All right. I'm assuming all my colleagues have read what is before us. Are there any questions or comments that you'd like to make on any of the sections on the proposed ordinance change? Well, nobody's going. Oh, Mr. Stopper.
Ms. Callaway, thank you. Peter, 17.91.110, pre-existing permitted medical cannabis retailers. It talks, and it also goes into it in 17.91.060, discussing of the AUP and renewal and everything else. Is there any chance that we could bypass reciprocating some of the work and move forward on a modification of an AUP as opposed to going through the full AUP process? And with that, I also would like to bring up the discussion on the renewal of the AUP. Is it time prohibitive for staff? There's only a few other uses within the county that we do a yearly renewal on it. It seems a bit onerous to me. I would like to have a discussion about both those issues a little bit. Can you address those?
Certainly. So I'll take the 060 provision first, which is the requirement that if a
Mr. Maurer, could you just read the section so all the board's with
okay.
you?
So this is a provision that requires the issuance of an administrative use permit, an AUP, in order to operate under the new provisions of this code. So anyone that currently is operating a medical retailer has an existing administrative use permit issued under the current provision of 1791. The permit that was issued is limited to the sale of medical cannabis, and the provisions that are in place today. There are a few changes, such as the requirement for a CBCB, the background check badge, that is not currently in the current code, and the CBCB would replace the requirement that all employees and the owners go through a background check by the planning director with review by the sheriff. This section allows for the continued operation under the existing permit until such time as that permit expires, or they can apply immediately, well, as soon as the ordinance becomes effective, to modify their permit for adult use sales and compliance with these new provisions. So essentially, an operator has two choices: one, to continue operating under its current permit, or to apply for a new permit to operate under the new provisions. I guess the part of the question that I think Supervisor Stopper asked was, is there a simpler way to move into operating under the new ordinance? Our code has either a new administrative use permit or a modification of existing permit provision. I suppose that we could.
Could you back up, please?
Yeah.
You're breaking up again.
Oh, I'm sorry. So the ordinance would allow for, or the administrative use permit processing ordinance allows for a new permit or a modification of existing permit. The time frame is pretty much the same to modify the permit as it would be to go through a new one, particularly for something that is already existing. Typically, a revision or an update, a renewal of the cannabis dispensary permit, it takes a few weeks to process. And that would be pretty much the same, whether it's considered a new permit or a modification. The only difference is about $700 in application fees. So if you wanted to modify this so they can modify their permit, that's certainly a policy call that you can make. We have written it so that it is a new permit, mainly because, as pointed out in section 1791.110, we require an annual renewal of the permit, which is essentially a new permit. And as Supervisor Stopper pointed out, other than short-term vacation rentals at Lake Public and cannabis cultivation permits, we don't require an annual renewal for most use permits. A use permit, when it's issued, is good as long as that use is validated within a certain time frame and is maintained in operation consistent with the conditions of the permit. So if it were the board's desire to not require an annual renewal, we would still have the ability to review if we had complaints or we were aware of violations of the terms of the permit could be revoked under the current provisions of our county code. So again, that is a policy call for the board, whether you want to require an annual renewal and review of the permit or to simply issue it, and the only review would be if we were aware of potential violations.
Thank you, Peter, very much. I definitely would like the rest of the board to consider this and talk about it.
Why don't we sort of take all of the things together and then we can go through them? Is that acceptable to you? Okay. So the two items, Mr. Stopper, should there be an annual renewal of the AUP, a yes or no? And the second one, could you please clarify what it is you're asking? Mr. Stopper?
Yes, Madam Chair. What I'm asking is, will the board consider a modification of the administrative use permit as opposed to going through the full process moving forward, which would reciprocate more work for our staff that would maybe time prohibitive? And also I would like them to consider the renewal of the AUP on a yearly basis.
Yes, thank you. Do any of the other board members have something they would like to add at the moment? Well, I'll go with some of mine. And I have already discussed or emailed Mr. Mauer on some of them. On 1791-060E and 090N, they need to be consistent with his, her, and its. It's referring to corporations. And 05D is in David, and 060, oh, I think that was one that Ben's already done. Oh, excuse me, 040 is the same as 050B as in Ben. So I feel like we could maybe take one of those out. They're redundant sentences. A question?
Can I respond to that?
Yes.
I think that those are both good ideas. The adding its to 090N makes sense to be consistent. And I would suggest that we remove this sentence here because it does duplicate what was in 040. But we should keep the first sentence of 050B.
Yes, that was the part that I felt is prohibited, was redundant. Mr. Maurer, could you please refresh my memory on why the owners of these businesses need to get a badge? I mean, in this county anyway, they've been here a long time. It's not as if they're new business owners. And they go through a screening process with the state. So are we being redundant in that case too?
Well, the idea is that we were going to try to carry over as many of the current provisions of the code that were consistent with state law, as well as how we address the cultivation ordinance. You're right, the state has a background check process for owners, not necessarily employees. the current ordinance requires all employees to go through a background check process. And since the county adopted its the background check process through with the Chapter 922, it seemed like that would be an appropriate way to continue to have that background check process. If the board feels that it's unnecessary to go through a background check process, we can certainly eliminate that provision, but that would be consistent with how we've handled it in the past and how we're handling cultivation or permits.
So for the owners of the business, it would be a one-time?
All owners of the business would have to go through a background check process in order to get a state license. And the state has its own review criteria for that.
Correct.
And if there were changes, if the owner, I assume that there's a provision that if an owner ends up falling afoul of the law, that they would have their license revoked. That same process we've established, we've expanded that to apply to all employees as well.
I guess for me, I find the difference between the retailer or dispensary different than a grow site. In that the employees are there like on a full-time basis, not during a harvest time. And the owner of a business has a lot to lose if they have employees that aren't meeting the standards required by the state.
That is purely a policy call on the part of the board. We can remove that if the majority of the board feels that that's not necessary. And that's, again, a policy call.
Okay, thank you. And I think I have one other on 050C6. I don't support that. That's all I have at the moment. Do any of the other board members have any questions on this? Or any comments? Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Maurer, on the last item Rita brought up, C6, place of worship, a church. Is that going to impact any of the 4 existing locations?
It would not, because they already exist. And so they would be, I think the way it was said, any new retailers would have to be there. So whoever is there first essentially has the right to continue operation.
Thank you. Go ahead, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mills, do you have anything?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. In 050 subsection C, those distances at 600 feet from the property line, I'd like to know how we got to that position. And I'm also interested to know whether or not the sheriff has anything to say about the separation issues of subsection C. I'm curious about the background timeline. If we're going to do background checks on our own, different from the state, about how long they would have to get those done, if they're an existing business subject to renewal, or is this one of those where they could drag that process out? 91.120B about self-distribution is in essence a way to bypass the system. I'm concerned about whether or not we're going to be expanding the total number of facilities in the county, and whether or not there is anybody that specifically is going to benefit from this particular code. And of course, I have a strong objection to the findings in T, section T. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mills, section T.
T is in tango.
What am I missing here?
What number of the code?
Yeah.
T under 91.120 or?
There you go. You got in the findings section, which is section 3.
Oh.
I think you've got it up there, Mr. Maurer.
Yes.
Oh, got it.
That's all I have.
Dennis, if it's all right, can you unpack that? Who would benefit? Obviously, the business owners. So I don't think I understand what you're going at there.
I am wanting to know for certain that we are not writing this in such a way as there will be somebody in the background that's specifically going to benefit from it. We're not picking winners and losers here.
Okay, thank you.
So I was writing as fast as I could. You had raised a number of issues. You may have to go back and refresh some of those issues, but maybe I'll work from the back. Well, I think T is, that's a discussion amongst the board members if you feel that the negative declaration that was prepared is adequate or not. The number of facilities that could be built as a result of this remains the same. The permitted uses are is only permitted in the CP zone with the setback as required under the code. There are limited numbers of parcels that meet those criteria, and while it's possible that a new business could find one of those parcels and apply for a permit, I'm not aware of any that are, in the works right now. We have one in Douglas Flat that is nearing completion of construction that has an administrative use permit already and are waiting to final building so they can open.
Before we move on from that one, Mr. Maurer, then how many potential locations are there in the county that could be used for this particular code?
I don't know the exact number. My understanding was it is very limited, and it may very well be that the 4 that we have, approved already is pretty much the maximum number that could occur. Now, someone could apply for a zoning amendment. We've had several of those in the past. The board has denied the 2 that I remember being processed, one in Toyon area and one in Valley Springs. And so it would be a case-by-case basis of whether or not it's appropriate to rezone a parcel that would accommodate the proposed use. But I think under the current zoning that we have in place today, the current restrictions, if there are maybe 1 or 2 more sites that might be available, I would be surprised if it's more than that, but I do not have an exact number.
So we could potentially see 6 or 7 locations?
Potentially, I suppose. I mean, part of it's going to be the market. To what degree is the demand for that here? There's 2 here in Valley Spring, 2 here in San Andreas, and 2 on the Highway 4 corridor, 1 in Douglas Flat and 1 in Arnold. There is very little CP zone land around the county, and those other sites that are available are too close to a sensitive use in order to qualify.
Okay, thank you.
The self-distribution and I see
Gary
that Gary is
has
waving his hand, Marita.
I did have a caveat to that. If somebody finds a location that is not within 1,000 feet or 600 feet from the properties that are in this ordinance, and they want to come forward with a zoning change to accommodate what they want to do, they certainly can do that. I mean, you're talking about existing CP zoning right now. It does not disqualify them from going forward with a zone change. If it's within reason to them or it fits within the general plan scope, they certainly can. So
That's
that
correct.
would add to the numbers also. Thank you.
Mr. Mills, did Mr. Mauer answer all your questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
The question about who benefits from this, obviously the current operators of dispensaries would benefit by being able to sell adult use cannabis as well as the medical cannabis. Anyone else that could find a location that meets the requirement could conceivably, open a dispensary, a retail establishment. There is no specific provision that I can think of in here that would single out any one particular retailer. Every existing retailer has the same opportunity to revise their permit to allow this, and they would continue to be able to operate under these provisions as well as the current law. Self-distribution is sort of a complex issue, and there was quite a bit of discussion we had with the Planning Commission on this, and leading up to the hearing before the Commission, trying to understand. So a self-distribution license, referred to as a Type 11 license, allows for a cultivator to move his or her own product to a testing facility, a distribution facility, without having to hire a distributor to do that. It's limited to someone who is who has a cultivation license and a retail license. And so in this case, there is only one business that has that capability right now, but it certainly would not prohibit someone else from developing that capability. So one of the retailers has previously had a cultivation license as allowed under our current dispensary ordinance, where you can grow for your customers. Previously, they were able to simply, take the product and then sell it directly to the customer. Now, under the Malcursa, it requires a much more lengthy process to have that product tested, and then only a distributor can take the product from a testing facility to a retail facility. So this allows, so someone who has a self-distribution license along with a cultivation license can move the product to a testing lab or to a distributor, and then it's tested at the distributor site. It does not allow that same person to take it back to the retail establishment. And there was some discussion, proposal to include distribution in this ordinance. We felt that was a separate process. As you recall, the board had directed us to consider testing, manufacturing, distribution in some subsequent ordinance. And we will be working on that in the future. But right now, that's not a part of this. we felt that it was inappropriate to include that with this this ordinance. So did that answer your question, Dennis, about self-distribution?
Self-distribution. So again, I would ask for if we could get the sheriff, if he's available, to weigh in on 050 subsection C, because I know that originally was 1,000 feet. I don't know how it got down to 600 feet from a property line.
I can speak to that if that's okay.
I would just soon hear from the sheriff too, ma'am.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I had a little concern about that because in the discussion summary, it says 1,000 feet from sensitive use. And then when you go to the graph below that, when it talks about sensitive use separation, it says 1,000 feet from sensitive use, which is the current, and this is proposed is 600 feet. And then when you go down to the 050, again, it talks about the it being 600 feet. It says 1,000 feet from the premise or 600 feet from the property line. This brings back into question the concern that we had the last time this came about with the building on the corner of Toyon Circle. It was the old furniture place that they wanted to do a dispensary there. If you change that to 600 feet, that makes that building capable of being a dispensary. And I have an issue with that because you have the bus barn, which is within that 1,000 feet, and you have kids going back and forth across there as you do from the school. So I thought it was 1,000 feet. I did not know that it got changed to 600 feet until I read this.
So the reason we made this change was to be consistent with the setback requirements for cultivation. But again, this is something that if you want to keep it at 1,000 feet from the property line, that's purely within the prerogative of the board.
Well, the other part is it's in violation of Federal Code Title 21 for sensitive use for schools. So that was, again, a concern that I had. Thank you.
So Peter, how did it get down to 600 feet? Because
So
I remember the
feet,
last time we had this discussion, there was 1,000 feet there.
600 feet is what's required by state law, and 600 feet from the property line or 1,000 feet from the premises is what the board adopted with the cultivation ordinance. And so we felt it was appropriate to maintain the consistency between those. I don't have a preference. It's really up to the board as to what you feel is most appropriate.
I recall a situation, and it's not in the county, it was in the city of Angels Camp regarding a potential dispensary over by McDonald's and the 1,000 feet application, et cetera. So that would be a good example of where if you could get it down to 600 feet from the property line, that would not have stopped them at all. So I'm very concerned about dropping it to 600 feet for purpose of a grow site's different than a distribution place, a location like this, a dispensary.
Dennis, this is Sheriff again. I wanted to make sure I chime in on this again because it is against federal law to sell any drugs within 1,000 feet from a school zone. So if it gets changed to 600 feet, we're in violation of federal law, Title 21. So I highly recommend that it be changed back to the 1,000 feet.
I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Mr. Tuffanelli, do you have any comments?
Well, I just have a question concerning 17.91.120, 1 and 2. And the question is, do any of the 4 that we have, or the 3 now and the 4th one is coming up, do they do any cultivation on their sites?
One of them
Which
does.
is what this is talking about. One of them
one,
does.
One does today. or one did, and I don't know what the status is of current permitting process.
So then the question comes back to the 1,000 feet, 600 feet. Are they within 600 feet, or are they within 1,000 feet with their including their cultivation? Because it would seem to me it would be all one.
Gary,
do we know?
Gary, this is Rick. I want to chime in. The facility that we have in the county right now that grows their own product is not within any sensitive use areas at all.
Okay. All right. That was my question. Thank you, Rick.
Okay. Mr. Stopper?
Just a quick question.
Do you have anything else?
Just a quick question of Mr. Moore. If that 1,000 feet were to remain, would that have any effect on the current four potential retail outlets?
No, because they've all had to meet the 1,000-foot separation from the property line under the current code.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Garamendi?
I'm sorry, I was on GIS trying to measure stuff. I have no questions.
Okay, so I want to bring it back to the items that are before us to discuss. One, on the annual renewal, should they get an annual AUP renewal, yes or no? Mr. Stopper? You're a no.
I would be a no, but I would consider an elongated time if it comes to the point where not all the board agreed.
Mr. Tuffanelli?
Yes. Keep it the way it is, the way it's written.
Mr. Garamendi?
I'm with Ben. I'm willing to, I don't have a firm position on this. I'd like to understand a little bit better pluses and minuses of going with the annual AUP versus a more elongated process.
Okay, we'll do that. So for the initial go around, Mr. Mills?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm a no. Mr. Mauer, could you please maybe give some pros and cons of doing an annual AUP?
So the annual renewal would require them to reapply each year, and then we review that to ensure that there have not been violations of any of the provisions of the ordinance. And then because it's an AUP, it is processed by staff, and I am the approving authority. It would only be taken to the planning commission on an appeal. We would notify adjacent property owners of the permit and the action taken with the right to appeal. So if we maintain the process we have now, that would be the normal process. So each year the retailer would have to come in and reapply for a new permit. The alternative would be to process it like we do with the conditional use permit, where once it's issued and validated, the permit is good unless the operator is in violation of any of the conditions of approval, and then we could revoke that permit.
Okay, thank you. Do any of you want to change your thoughts on this item?
I stand where I'm at.
Where are you at, Ben?
Madam Chair.
Yes. Mr. Tuffanelli.
I would just like to say to the board that perhaps you could keep it the way it is right now for the next year, because we are entering into something new in this ordinance that is now expanding, and it's opening it up to a little bit more or a lot more. So you may want to reconsider your thoughts on rescinding this part about renew it in a year. Perhaps you can revisit it in a year and we can see how it went for the year. if there's a need at the end of the year to change that. But you are changing the scope of what they're doing. It's not like it's just coming back to us at what they've been doing for the last 6 years or however long it's been, 7 years, 8 years, whatever. So just a thought.
I'm willing to consider that for what I'd like to tie it for me. I'd like it tie it to a modification, not a whole new AUP. And then on renewal, whenever their renewal date is, renew at one time. But for them to go back every year, and they've been in business for years, to me is a little bit over the top, especially since there's so many things in the ordinance and in the state law that they have to abide by, that if they do anything wrong, their permit's going to be pulled anyway without the renewal process. But I'd consider that. Mr. Stopper?
You know, listening to Mr. Maurer on how the process moves with the AUP, there's still opportunity for a complaint to be filed if something's out of compliance with the ordinance that's set forth. And then Mr. Maurer and the planning department have the opportunity to investigate said issue. So the checks and balances in my mind are still there without the need to add more work to our staff for an AUP for each one of these places every year. That's the way I understand it, and that's where I stand on this issue.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mills?
I'm still a yes.
Okay. Mr. Garamendi?
I'm going to agree with Ben on this and not support the annual. We don't do this for any other business. And so it seems like a not only staff time, but a fairness issue.
Okay, thank you. Then I'll go with a no also. I would have liked to have used Mr. Tuffanelli's suggestion, but given that that's not an option here. So then we go to the modification of the permit versus redoing a new one. Mr. Mills?
No.
Madam Chair, before we leave the other item, I'm a little bit unclear on what's been proposed. If they don't have to renew the AUP at all, is what you're saying? Once they have it, it never has to be, unless there's a complaint, it's never looked at again? Is that what's on the table, what was agreed to
Yes,
by
yes.
3-2?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
They are going to have to make a modification or get a new one. That's what's before us now, because it'll have the changes that you alluded to earlier. So, Mr. Mills?
The answer is a new one.
A new one, okay. Mr. Stopper?
Modification, Madam Chair.
Mr. Tuffanelli?
The modification was, Peter, is what you stated is almost going through the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
In order to get the new, because of the state background, in order for them to sell retail, then we'll be going through the same process as if they were getting a new one. Is that correct?
Essentially, yes, that's correct.
Okay, the only difference is they don't have to pay $700 for a new AUP. They just pay for a modification.
Right. The modification is about $1,700.
Did you make that statement?
A new permit is $2,400.
Okay. All right. I'm fine with modification.
Mr. Garamendi?
Modification.
And Callaway's a modification. Okay, the next item has to do with the badges for owners and the employees. Mr. Maurer, what is the process we have now? I know Mr. Carlson wears a badge that I thought was issued by the state. Do they have to wear two badges? A state badge and a county badge?
I don't know about a state badge. The way that it is written and the way that the cannabis cultivation ordinance was written is that anyone on site, whether it's an owner or an employee, has to wear a county issued badge.
Okay.
While it's in operation. So if there's a separate badge that the state issues, then I guess they wear two badges. I'm unfamiliar with what the state requirements are as far as badge and background check clearance process. Perhaps Greg knows the answer to that question and can weigh in. So again, right now we have an existing process where they apply to the planning department for any employee. We will send them to the sheriff to do a background check. The sheriff then provides a recommendation to me, and based on that, I'll make a determination on whether or not that person should be hired. We have had situations where they've been denied and they've been appealed to the planning commission, but for the most part, most of the employees have been able to pass the background check process.
So why not go through the same system that the growers do?
Well, that's what we're recommending with this ordinance, is that they go through the CBCB process rather than the process that that was previously established with the old ordinance. I don't feel that I'm qualified to make that final determination.
Okay.
I don't want that responsibility, and I think that the process we set up through 9.22 is more appropriate.
Okay. And Mr. Garamendi, what are your thoughts?
I think we had to send. I think we had to send them through the same. They're already doing background checks. I think sending them through the CBCB process is okay. So I'll support it, the change.
Madam Chair, this is Greg Wayland. If I could chime
Yes.
in really quickly. So with the recent amendments to Chapter 922, there are owners that are going through a background check process with the state. It's called the III background check process, DOJ, Interpol, and FBI. Very thorough background check process. So what the board has recently implemented is going to help with all of this, because owners who pass that process and the criteria that they have to meet in order to pass that background process, they're able to get a CBCB if they're ever going to be present on the property. Mr. Maurer is correct. Anyone who is going to be present on a cannabis activity premises has to have a CBCB. It's become less onerous for owners to obtain that CBCB if they've passed the state's background check process. Workers still go through us on obtaining that CBCB. But the way that it's structured is that it's a little more streamlined and less onerous for owners. If the board were going to entertain an exception for Chapter 1791, it would probably have to be in the form of an exclusion, because Chapter 922 is stated broadly in terms of cannabis activities. It includes essentially everything that requires a state license. So I wanted to offer that input on that.
Okay, so we could exclude the owners from 17.91 from going through the process because they've already gone through a more in-depth process through the state. And then they would just go to the cannabis unit for their CBCB badge. Is that how I understand it?
Yes, ma'am. So they, when they go through their licensing, process with the state, anyone who's submitted as an owner to the state under the Business and Professions Code has to pass that thorough background check. Okay. So when they come to us, if they're going to be present at a cannabis activity premises, then they have to have that CBCB, but they've already gone through that process. Workers will still have to go through a background check with us.
Okay, got it. Does any board member have a question on that? Do you support?
I don't have a question on that so much as I understand what Mr. Whalen is saying, and I don't think we need to. My personal take on it is, I don't think we need to have an exclusion within our ordinance. I would prefer to refer to 9.22 and keep it the same as we have in our cultivation. We're reciprocating work if we start making those owners start taking a background check to obtain a CBCB that's already done by the state with a III background check. So I'm good with what's in 9.22 at this time, and I would be okay with proceeding in that fashion.
Well, then I guess I'm a bit confused. Mr. Whalen, the under the one for, I'm getting all confused, 9.22, are the owners already excluded from going through the background check that we do because of what they have to go through in the state?
What Chapter 922 allows us to do, I think that the short answer to your question is more or less yes, but not really, in the sense that these are owners who are not just owners, but they intend to be present on a cannabis activity site. So what they have to do is we can rely on the CDFA's background check process to give them that CBCB, but that assumes that they've already passed their background through the state. So they need to have that background successfully passed with the state in order to get the CBCB. Everyone who gets a CBCB has had their background one way or the other. It's either with the CDFA and they're an owner, or it's with us through our process in the new Chapter 922.
Okay, so given what Mr. Stopper said and what I think I understand, we would not need to make a change to this because the owners are already covered under 9.22. They don't have to double down on a background check.
That's correct.
Okay, got it. Mr. Garamendi?
Just so I'm clear, we'll run this like 922. So if you're an absentee owner, you've got your background check from the state. But if you're working with cannabis in Calaveras, you wear a Calaveras patch. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. If they've got boots on the ground on a premises that is licensed or permitted by us, then they're either an owner or a worker, that is, they have to have a CBCB badge.
Okay, working in cannabis in Calaveras, you wear a Calaveras patch. I'm good with that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Toffanelli, do you have anything on this? No? Okay, Mr. Mills?
No, but currently, excuse me, currently under the old provision, the sheriff still did the background checks, correct? And this is moving away from that and going to 922. Am I correct on that, Peter?
Yes, that's correct. Greg, to what degree is the sheriff involved with the 9.22 review?
No, he's not. But go ahead, Greg.
So the background check process is being administered by the Division of Cannabis Control right now. That's being done via custodian of records access to DOJ records, as well as a third-party vendor that runs a very thorough background check. The sheriff is, for clarification, Sheriff DiBasilio, the sheriff's office is not involved in that.
Thank you.
All right. Then we wanted to do self-distribution.
Madam Chair, you didn't want my opinion on that one?
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mills.
But all right.
What is your opinion?
Well, I'd like to have some consistency and fairness on this, and that is county badges need to be worn no matter where you are in regards to this activity. So 9.22, but for the purpose of the dispensary itself, I think the sheriff still needs to have some ability to be involved in the backgrounding. So I guess that's a dual answer.
Okay. Does anyone else agree that the sheriff needs to be involved? Okay. Then we move to self-distribution. Is there anything that you wanted changed in that? Mr. Maurer, can you put that up on the screen, please? Oh.
Trying to remember where it is. I'm sorry. Was there a specific provision?
.120.
120. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going the wrong direction. That's why I couldn't find it. There we go. B.
Is there any modification that the board wishes to make to this? Mr. Mills?
I had some concern with the self-distribution in that we're giving someone an opportunity to bypass the system. There's no way for the state or for us to know whether or not they're moving it somewhere else besides the testing lab. So I just have a problem with self-distribution.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Stopper, did you want to make any changes to this?
No, Madam.
Mr. Tuffanelli?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Garamendi?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right. To 050C.
Madam Chair, if I may, just to start off with it not affecting and all current retailers being in compliance with this, I am definitely good with keeping it at 1,000 feet as opposed to switching to 600. It makes no difference to the current businesses, so we aren't hurting the current businesses in any way.
Thank you. Mr. Garamendi?
I agree.
Okay. Mr. Mills?
Yeah, I'd ask for the 1,000 feet, so thank you.
Mr. Tuffanelli?
I agree. It's 1,000 feet.
Okay, I'm going with as it is now. The other item on C was on C6, a place of worship. I wanted to remove that from a sensitive area. Mr. Mills?
I can't do that.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Stopper?
I believe that's encompassing. There's no definition to what a house of worship is within this ordinance. I think that I worship the ground I walk on. So, and that's a matter of perception. I cannot support number 6.
And Mr. Tuffanelli?
Well, it says right there, exempt from taxation under section 206. So it does define it. And so it'd be a tax exempt. So I would stay with item number 6.
Mr. Garamendi?
I'll take it out.
Okay, there's 3 to take it out. Did I leave anything out, gentlemen?
Just my objection to finding T, tango.
Oh, yes, thank you. Under section 3T, Mr. Mills, what is it that you would like us to consider?
I'm really concerned that the CEQA does not support what we're trying to do here. So,
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mauer, did you or Ms. Moss Lewis want to address this item?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that the board understood the intersection between state law and what the board's policy would be when it comes to sensitive use distances. I don't think, 1,000 feet from the property line would be fine. It would be in line with both state law, and then if that's your preference, fine. But we need to clarify whether it's premises or property line, because under state law, the last I checked with the regulations, there is a minimum of 600 feet from the property line that is required for state identified sensitive uses. So if we set 1,000 feet from the premises, but the premises were somehow situated where we wouldn't meet 600 feet from the property line, we would have to go with the stricter, which is state law. It would be stricter than the
Talking
state.
about T and findings, Ms. Moss.
I thought I was being asked to speak because my hand was up.
Oh, I didn't see it, Ms. Moss. I'm sorry.
We're well beyond that point.
No. I'm sorry. My apologies. Where's Julie? I have to go walk over to her office. I'm sorry. I didn't see that. Yeah, what we're on is section 3T is in tango. Mr. Mills doesn't think this meets the requirements of CEQA.
So, Madam Chair, you had asked if I wanted to wait on that. We did an initial study. We calculated a negative declaration. No specific
Mr. Mauer, we're having trouble
impacts
here.
that Supervisor Mills. Okay. So we prepared an initial study and negative declaration. It was circulated for the required time period. No comments were received on that document. And unless there are specific environmental impacts that we missed that Supervisor Mills, you can identify, I stand beside the document that we prepared.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mauer. Mr. Mills, is there anything you wanted to add specifically to that item?
Well, I see, for instance, and we've already made evidently a decision to approve Douglas Flat, but the environmental effects of that particular location or some other location in the future don't seem to carry as much weight in the decision process here. Douglas Flat, as you know, Mr. Mauer, is, I don't know if they're going to need a left turn pocket or what, considering the speed and the sight distances there. But those are the kind of things that really weren't truly addressed in the CEQA document.
So through the AUP, that is circulated to all the responsible agencies. In that specific instance, Caltrans had the opportunity to weigh in. They felt that the amount of traffic that would be generated by that specific use at that site that's already zoned commercial would not warrant a left turn pocket. And so through the AUP process, we would look at the site-specific impacts associated with these uses.
Considering how many left turn pockets I have on O'Byrne's Ferry Road, 2 of which are going to be constructed this year, I'm not so certain that they might have understood exactly the level of use that that property was going to generate.
Well, they had their opportunity, and I don't think we can go back on that now. Do any of the board members want to make a comment on this item T? Okay, so unless I've forgotten anything, I want to open it up for any public comment on this. Madam Clerk, I understand you have received a couple of written comments on this.
Yes, I have. Would you like me to read them now?
Please.
Okay. Maybe we could put up the phone numbers in case anybody wants to call in while I'm reading these. The first one was received from Donald St. Clair, MD. He is totally opposed to retail cannabis stores. The second one was received from Vicky Ranke. Please address where the product will come from to be sold in the adult use marijuana retail shops. Will these retail shops still sell medical marijuana that will not be taxed under the state law? I haven't heard any discussion regarding track and trace, which is now the law for all cultivators, retailers, distributors, etc. State law. All state-issued annual and provisional licenses are required to use the CCTT METRC system to record, track, and maintain information about their cannabis and cannabis product inventories and activities in accordance with the regulations of their respective licensing authority, the Bureau of Cannabis Control, the California Department of Food and Agriculture, or the California Department of Public Health. Please, thank you for addressing this issue.
Mr. Whalen, let's see if we get any comments from the public, and then we'll bring them all back to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, could you put the phone number up, or have the magic hand put the phone number up on the screen?
I will contact the host. There it is, Madam Chair.
Thank you. While we're waiting, I just want to remind the board there is chair yoga sessions that are in the morning and afternoon if you haven't participated. They're for about 10, 15 minutes put on by our HR department. Okay, I'm going to close public comment, Madam Clerk.
I'm here.
Oh.
I'm here.
Please go ahead with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Go ahead.
It takes a while to type in the ID and password.
Yeah, it does.
Please begin your comments.
I'm here. Okay. Am I on?
You are on.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. Dr. Prapana Randall Smith, licensed cultivator here in Calaveras County. A couple of quick comments on self-distribution. To clarify, self-distribution is not distribution as defined under state law. It only allows cultivators to transport their product to a distributor. It does not allow them to transport product to a lab. Under the state law, only distributors, not self-distribution, can have a lab come to their site and sample product, take it back to the lab. Self-distribution it's an error, I believe, in the state law. It should be called self-transportation to distributor only. Next, I believe T is reasonable. I believe that the renewal should be the same as for other businesses. Same for the badges. It should be the same as for cultivators. And I'd also want to point out that everyone in the supply chain is required to participate in the metric track and trace system, whether they're cultivators or distributors or manufacturers or retailers or delivery retailers. Metric is an extremely tight system, and anything in a retailer, whether it's recreational or adult use or medicinal, is under the same stringent track and trace system as well as testing requirements. And that's pretty much all I have. Thank you all for your work.
Thank you. Ms. Severud, do we have any others?
I'm sorry, ma'am. I can't see if there's any other callers.
Okay.
I think I was just unmuted. Can you
There
hear me?
you go. There is one.
Yeah, it's Vicky Ranke. I know I got a little comment, but I still have time left. And actually, I want to say thank you to Prapana. I think he answered some of the questions and my concerns, because I don't think a retailer should even have self-distribution because they don't grow marijuana. But you mentioned that there was a retailer who is growing their own marijuana for their own purpose, and you can't do that without a state license for growing. So I'm hoping that was just a miss, or to be able to check to see that person has their separate license, and you cannot grow that marijuana on the same site as your retail shop. So anyway, I wanted to get clarification on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ranke.
Or
there does not seem to be any more calls, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I want to bring this back to the board. Mr. Whalen, could you please answer the questions that Dr. Smith didn't answer, or just confirm? Thank you.
Yeah, to address what Prapana said about track and trace, it is a very stringent process. There's an entire section in the Code of Regs dedicated to it. and they use it to track product sales and so on for distributors, retailers, cultivators, manufacturers. There is a system called, I'll call it CCTT METRC, the METRC acronym that Ms. Reinke referenced. It's a system that we've looked into allowing us access to potentially review results and follow what kind of data is being reported. I'm still looking into that. So once I have that final, it's something that I can perhaps discuss or report on. But it is a very thorough and stringent system that they have in place. So with respect to the issue of, I think that the other part of Ms. Reinke's question was, please address where the product will come from. So every component of the industry, you know, it's a highly regulated industry. They have their own licensing process. So for this, it would be distributors, and conceivably, it would be something that could conceivably come from out of the county. It's a question that's kind of hard to answer right now for me.
If I could weigh in a moment on a couple of those questions as well. I mean, any product that is sent to any retailer has to come from a licensed distributor. So that can be from anywhere in the state where it's produced, can be sent to any licensed retailer in the state. The other question regarding the separation between cultivation and the retail use, they have to be separate premises. They are required to get a separate cultivation license from the state, as well as a cultivation permit through the DCC here at the county. So those are separate permits and separate licenses.
Board, did you hear anything that wasn't answered? Mr. Tuffanelli?
Yeah, I do have one question for Mr. Maurer, and it's going back to the one dispensary that grows. I'm assuming, and I could be wrong, that's why I'm asking the question, since they have been up to this point medical dispensaries, then they should have been just growing for their customers. In other words, they could grow for however many customers at the law states that they can. So I'm assuming that's what their crop was for the medical part of it, and their customers or their patients, whatever it looks like. Now, if they into the retail part of it, are they going to have to register that grow as commercial? And if so, is it within the 20 acres and the whole parameter of 915 that we did? What's going to happen to that particular dispensary and its grow?
Answer quickly is yes and yes. They were authorized to cultivate medical cannabis only for their medical patients. There was a limit on the number of plants they could have per patient. Under the new ordinance, they would be required to get a cultivation permit and a cultivation license. It's limited to 10,000 square feet because it's an indoor grow, and they would need to get a separate permit for that.
And are the requirements for the inside grow different from medical than it is for commercial, as far as their location and where they're at?
It has to follow all the requirements of 1795, but it can allow either adult use or medical.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So one question Ms. Reinke had was, can they still continue to sell medical as well as adult use sales? And would that not be a business choice on their part?
Yes, they would be able to sell either or both, and that would be their own business decision. They could continue to sell medical cannabis under their current permit until it expires, or until they apply for a modification to their permit that would allow the adult use sales. So whichever came first.
Okay, thank you. So before I close the public hearing, does the board have any more questions or comments they'd like to make? Okay, I want to close the public hearing and bringing it back to the board for action. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry, Mr. Whalen. Did you have something else to add?
His hand's been up the whole time.
My apologies. I didn't realize that was up. So, no, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank
you.
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion as amended.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I will second that motion.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
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 Oppose?
No.
No. No.
No. It passes on a 3-2 vote of the board with Supervisor Mills and Supervisor Tuffanelli in the negative. Thank you. I'd like to take a 10-minute recess before we move to the budget. Thank you. Got it.
Okay, we're good.
Thank you. Sorry for the delay. This is probably one of the most important things boards of supervisors does. And maybe to the public, it might be the most boring. And maybe to some of us, it might be the most boring. But it is the most critical. I do want to thank staff for putting together a really good budget package, and some of the synopsis were really good. We will start out with the introduction to the budget process from our CAO. And then this afternoon, when we finish that, we are going to be taking the planning department's budget. And that's all that we're going to be doing this afternoon. The rest of it will be coming back to tomorrow. Thank you. Mr. Alt, I did ask Mr. Maurer to contact you, text you, or carry your pigeon. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Madam Clerk, do you want to read the item?
Sure.
Because the chair keeps forgetting. All right.
Okay. Item 18 is from the Administrative Office to conduct the fiscal year 2020-21 recommended budget hearings, receive presentations on the recommended budget from the CAO and various department heads, and provide the CAO with direction for any requested changes to the recommended budget.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Chair and members of the board, I'll provide a quick overview, really kind of an umbrella approach to how we did budget development in the current year before I hand it off to Deputy CAO Krista Von Latta for the presentation. So when we originally began the budget development process, our budget instructions to the department heads were for a status quo budget. And that was back on March 2nd when those instructions were distributed. And if you recall, March 2nd feels like a world ago. That was about the time that the information on the pandemic really began to develop. And so ultimately that provides some of the backdrop that we'll discuss here as I introduce the budget. As we've progressed through our pandemic response, obviously that's created quite a bit of unknowns for us in the budget process. So the budget that you'll see before you that I've recommended has just over 5% reductions across the board in all of the budgets. That's really due to the unknowns of the effects of the potential of our county moving through to stage 3. We heard a lot about that from Dr. Coletta this morning, and we're very hopeful that we'll be able to continue opening the economy, and that will have a beneficial effect to our local revenues. But that still continues to be an unknown to us right now. Ultimately, that we've seen the effects from the stay-at-home order that was issued on March 19th. It's had a negative effect on our sales tax, our TOT, and ultimately may have impact on other revenues as well. And you can see that concern for the impact is input in our projected revenues in the budget document that you have. There's obviously ongoing concern on how the high unemployment rate may affect our economy within the county as well, and the potential for how it may affect the revenues that I've already discussed, and some potential for impact on property tax collection as well. And the last significant unknown that's come from the pandemic is really the state and federal stimulus and how that might benefit the county. We don't have a good rough order of magnitude about what may be distributed to us and how and when it may come to us. So ultimately, the way I would describe the budget is really what I've recommended here is just riding the brake. We're not speeding forward with reductions, and we're not slamming on the brakes with recommendations that we've made, but more taking a wait and see approach to what we've recommended to hopefully, as we get further into to the first quarter of the year and ultimately to the final budget, we'll have far more information on the unknowns that I've mentioned here today so far. Before we go to the presentation, I'd really like to thank Kathy Gomes and Barbara Biddick. They're absolutely key contributors to the budget development process and very much help the admin team out. And I definitely like to express my appreciation to Krista Von Lotta, Tony LaFazia, and Barbara Lavanos in the admin office for their really tireless efforts in putting the budget forward and the budget book that you've had opportunity to take a look at leading up to today. And with that, if there's not any questions specifically for me on just that high level overview, I'll turn it over to Krista Von Lotta, and she'll dive into the presentation as well. Krista, are you there?
Yes, I am working.
Okay.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Great. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, members of the board, Krista Von Lotta from administration. Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing this presentation. To begin, just a general overview, we will discuss the overall budget message that CAO just highlighted for us, discuss the budget landscape, influences on the recommended budget, revenue snapshot for the general fund, budget requests, the structural deficit issue that we've been experiencing and continues to remain an issue, particularly in light of COVID, and our recommendation. So the overall message for this year, what we, just by way of background, asked for departments to do is prepare for us a status quo budget. We did not ask for departments to amend their requests based on the uncertainty that presented itself after the initial budget instructions went out and before we sent amended budget instructions. We instead requested that they continue on with their status quo budget. So as a result, when we got to time to balance and had a chance to look across all the budget units, it was necessary for us to find approximately $1.84 million. And the recommendation was then made by us to reduce the general fund contributions in most general fund departments. As a result, the narratives have not been updated by departments or department heads rather, to reflect that reduction, and neither have the CAO recommendations that you'll find at the end of the budget narratives. Overall, the budget is balanced. Reserves are over the board approved policy level at 10.64. Contingencies are just over at 2.14. General fund reserve is approximately 5.4 million. We have made conservative revenue assumptions. Generally, we are recommending, save for the 5% reduction to balance, of course, but we're recommending to stay the course for now until such time as we have more information over the summer. We will continue to be working internally and with departments in order to prepare for you a study session that we anticipate in August, when we've either got the final year-end close numbers or are close enough that we can have that conversation with you and with more information at that time. Pardon me. And then recommending that to the extent that we need to make adjustments in any direction, that we make those adjustments during after discussion at the study session in August and bring them back to the board for the adopted budget in September. So in terms of the state budget landscape, as CAO Alt alluded, the governor's budget recommendations, which there were many, included CARES Act funding, January proposals rescinded, borrowings from special revenue funds, and other reductions. In terms of what we've done here locally, on March 30th, 2020, we issued revised guidance to departments asking that for mitigation measures such as an open position chill, to cease or severely curtail discretionary spending, and to do that across all of our major budget classes. So professional services, supplies, travels, facility CAP that had not been designated by the board as a priority, and fixed assets that are not subject to or were not then subject to a purchase order. So the recommended budget for this upcoming fiscal year, as we've discussed, includes a revenue, an expenditure reduction of approximately 5.3% of general fund contributions, which we did to balance, which approximately 1.85 million. Of particular note, we really hope that departments and our colleagues and staff understand that while it's budgeted as salary savings, it is not intended to necessarily be a reduction in salary savings. It is intended to be a general cut in nature, and it is kind of it's a move to close the stopgap between where we were at when we went to balance, and it was the most elegant thing we could do without taking certain other measures at the time, and we stand behind that recommendation. Projected fund balance used to balance was 3 million. We had budgeted a teeter transfer of approximately 7 million. Contingencies would then be at approximately 5 million, or at 1.5 million, with a general reserve of about 5.4 million. Influences. So we predict a fund balance projection. The administrative office worked with the auditor controller's office to project about $3 million in fund balance. So that's down about $3.5 million from where the actual fund balance ended as of June 30 of last fiscal year. So if that is turns out to be approximately the case, then it's down 3.3 million. The last fiscal year was down approximately 3.3 million, which means our structural deficit is running at somewhere in the order of $3 to $3.5 million year over year. Overall, our general revenues are on target. Salary savings, we projected at approximately 3.4 million, but that 3.4 is already wound up into our fund balance projection as of June 30. And while we did in fact balance the teeter transfer to balance this for this current fiscal year, we do not anticipate having to make any of that transfer. So in terms of forecasting policy, there are two basic approaches in terms of how to forecast for revenue and expenditures in a budget. The conservative approach, which is budget revenues low, expenditures high. You know, the upside of that is it reduces the likelihood of shortfall. The downside of that is it's much harder to balance, especially initially when we don't actually have the knowledge of where our fund balances are going to be. So there's more potential for larger swings between recommended and the adopted budget in September. So the other approach would be to really go as close as possible as to what you think your revenues and expenses will be. The downside of that is there's an increased risk of shortfall. The benefit of that is that it's typically easier to balance at the recommended budget stage. However, if one takes this approach across the entire fiscal year, then we likely would see more amendments to the budget, particularly at mid-year. So unknown factors, as we've discussed, COVID-19, what our economic recovery is going to look like, California budget impacts, collective bargaining, COVID-19 federal and state relief, and whether that may be available for revenue backfill at some point, local business impacts, unemployment, tourism, recovery, CalPERS unfunded liability in light of the overall economic impacts as a result of COVID, and then other unknowns, too many to list, quite frankly. So in terms of the revenue snapshot, we are projecting revenue reductions that we believe are conservative and appropriate in light of what's going on with our current economic uncertainty. We've reduced sales and use taxes by 25% from what was budgeted last fiscal year. So that's $825,000 approximately in a general fund reduction. Prop 172, we've reduced similarly at 25%, which means an overall reduction of $427,000 and change of which will hit the general fund directly. Transient occupancy tax, we've taken a much more aggressive approach at a 50% reduction from last year's budgeted amounts, which is overall approximately $750,000. General fund reduction after making contributions to Calaveras Visitors Bureau and Fire. And then certain other revenues, and this was not a huge amount inside of the general revenues section, but we did apply a 33% reduction. We also cut our projected teeter revenue in half. Measure C in terms of projected revenue increases is, and we understand that this figure is going to have to be monitored, as with all of our Division of Cannabis Control and related budget units, given that we're now just entering the first full year of the program, and there's still, myriad of factors that are being watched by the director of the Division of Cannabis Control Administration and obviously all of us. So we will continue to monitor that and revise projections should the need arise. And then disaster budgets, after Director Osborne had an opportunity to go back through the Butte Fire projects, we felt comfortable to budget $2 million in revenue for this coming fiscal year. So in terms of our expenditure trend for the last 4 years, we basically are, so if we look at taxes, we are just a little bit under where we were this time last year. However, were our projections at mid-year to have held, we would be up substantially. Were COVID and its related fiscal effects not come home to roost. So this figure is about $1.7 million less, or $1.8 million less than it would have been. And that's not counting the increases that we might have budgeted based on how the fiscal year 2019-2020 ended, had it ended higher as we had expected it to at mid-year. So our licenses, permits, and franchise fees are essentially flat. Fines, forfeitures, and penalties, this is actually an area, and revenue from money and property, we discounted both of these by about a third based on conservative budget principles, and in terms of revenue from the use of money and property, that's essentially interest. So we typically come in much higher than these budgeted amounts. So while it doesn't look like we've taken much out, we've actually removed, I think at this moment, we are about $500,000 over budgeted amounts here. So this is actually a large chunk of money that we pulled out of the budget. In terms of intergovernmental revenue from the state, we are down, and the reason for that is basically that the tree mortality budget unit and those related projects are now, coming to a close, and so the revenues are down $2.2 million in that budget unit over this current fiscal year. In terms of federal revenue, we are we are up by a substantial amount, and the main driver for that is the Butte Fire revenue that we've booked for approximately $2 million. Charges for services are essentially the same. Miscellaneous revenue and other financing sources, same. Our operating transfers continue to be very large. If you look as opposed to the 8.5 we had in 18-19, and the primary reasons for that are our teeter transfer to balance and the Butte Fire transfers and to the Public Works operating budget. So on the all around, you can see here that we have taken out a chunk of money, especially as it relates to, this number would be much higher if we had not done that. So in terms of this slide, this just basically shows where our revenues come from at the end of the day. As we know, taxes are the highest. Our operating transfers now exceed taxes, so that's not all bad, but it's not all good either, considering we've got that teeter transfer, which is skewing this number here. So this is a visual of that. In terms of budget requests, so we had asked departments to, as we discussed, give a status quo budget, and they really generally did just exactly that. As you can see here, we are at a 5.5% reduction in budgeted expenditures over last year. That number is, I would say, lower than it actually is, based on the fact that we had hoped and intended to hold departments harmless from salary progression and MOU increases, et cetera. And in effect, while we don't expect or hope departments to have to reduce their salaries and benefits class, there is a reality that that is perhaps partially going to be the case. That said, Public Works is up. We have essentially flat for Health and Human Services is down, and I'll defer to Director Stranger and fiscal staff at Health and Human Services to discuss that. But my understanding in large part is that they're being fiscally prudent now, given the uncertainty that we have in our world right now. Capital improvements, this includes CIP, and this is actually up across all funds, but it's down within the general fund. Airport saw a reduction of $200,000 in their grant funding and related CIP projects. So that's the large driver for why this is their budget's down. Other flat debt service, this is up. The reason for that, however, is in addition to about $450,000 of increased debt service, the remainder of that is actually an increase in the contingency, which is booked as an expense in all of our budget units. And as such, it's approximately, I believe, $820,000 of increased contingency, which is a very good thing over the past year. So all around, you can see that we're down about 3%, about $6 million. So again, we just have an overview pictorially. So moving on to our 4-year expense trend. Our major issue with respect to salaries and benefits, like I said or indicated earlier, this would be a substantially higher number were it not for the fact that the 5.3% reduction were budgeted as salary savings. Services and supplies went down dramatically, and a huge part of the reason for that is that Public Works had $3.7 million budgeted in the PG&E Butte Fire Recovery budget unit, which then actually got switched to be done by force account. So that was removed there. That's actually not a bad thing. So in terms of other charges, this is where we see the Public Works reimbursement. So this is the flip side of part of the decrease that we see in the services and supplies category. Capital, you can see, went down dramatically. I believe that we have no general fund capital assets that have been approved. We do have capital assets in the amount of this $544,000 that have been authorized inside of our general fund departments, but are tied generally to other funding sources. So our intra-fund transfers are up, and this is a good thing. What this is actually is the revenue that we have budgeted from Measure C as reimbursements to county departments for their work in this coming fiscal year. We've got our transfers out, which are essentially flat, and our initial recommendation for contingencies of $1.5 million. And so again, you can see the relatively dramatic decrease over prior year. So in terms of our criteria for our recommendations, personnel, we looked at whether, and to be fair, we have not recommended any new positions that fulfills the mandate, whether the position fills an essential function, whether it's revenue generating or there would be net savings, and whether there's a net zero budget impact. So for example, a grant funded position. With respect to CIP, we are mindful to continue projects previously approved by the board with a view towards countywide projects where a substantial portion of staff, of buildings, of government center, et cetera, would be potentially benefited, where we would see organizational improvement. An example of that would be the work on the DA's building, or technological enhancements, which IT generally deploys infrastructure improvement. So examples would be the HVAC project or some of our roof repair projects. Health, safety, and well-being, so ADA upgrades, safety upgrades, door locking, things like that, and legal mandates. So again, ADA upgrades, and in many cases, project will cross over more than one of these criteria. So in terms of our recommendations, we have not recommended any new positions for recommended budget. Capital improvement projects, we will speak about tomorrow, should the board wish. They're on page 149 of the budget book, but they're brought to you consistent with the criteria I just went over. Capital assets, none funded by the general fund. Again, they'll be on page 62, and should the board wish, we can go over those tomorrow. Wanted to have a quick conversation about debt service. I didn't want to leave that out post our last discussion. So we have currently and are now adding to our debt service portfolio. We have the 2016 general obligation refunding bonds. As of 6/30 of this year, there will be approximately 32 million remaining. Our funding source for the repayment of those bonds are a collection of taxes, and the payment is approximately 1.825 million for this coming fiscal year, and they mature in August of 2038. The other current refunding debt that we have, rather, is 2016 refunding certificates of participation. The balance will be approximately 6.5 million at the end of this fiscal year. They are paid via tobacco settlement monies, and we expect that payment to be approximately 450,000 in this coming fiscal year. We typically have been receiving a little bit more than that, and as a result, we retain those extra funds and contingency in that budget unit, and those mature in November of 2037. And then, as we're all aware, we just brought on board the 2020 HVAC loan with a maturity in June of 2030 and balance as of the end of this fiscal year of 2.585. Payments will be, that includes the cost of issuance, and payments will be approximately $292,000 per year from the general fund. So TEETR, which is, as you know, what a large number that we have used to balance this current year's budget. We are projecting fund balance of 7.23 at the end of this fiscal year. We chopped those anticipated revenues in half of what we had budgeted for our current fiscal year, which projections we anticipate we will meet. And as a result, we have budgeted a $6.7 million TEETR transfer to balance, $538,000 to projects, and then $500,000, which is our annual contribution to the general fund. So to get back to the structural deficit discussion that we started to have earlier. So the issue with the deficit of somewhere on the order of $3 to $3.5 million year over year is clearly not a great position for the county to be in. We are fortunate that we have TEETR, for example, and the ability to budget, that we have a fund balance, or we hope to in any event, at the end of each year. However, those aren't great long-term strategies for balancing a budget, and typically funds like TEETR, as I believe the board is aware, are one-time funds that we anticipate and recommend using for one-time uses. So the TEETR transfer to balance this prior budget cycle was 5.7 million. That's gone up to approximately 7 million. And clearly, it is not ideal for us to recommend a 5.3% general fund reduction. We certainly would prefer not to do that. So options for future consideration as it relates to revenue would be to see and work with departments where we could expand our contract services. We could present a sales tax increase to voters, try and engage in heightened TOT compliance, conduct fee studies, and expand the cannabis program, particularly as it relates to the UO permit holders who currently owe back taxes but would otherwise be eligible. Also, as it relates to expenditures, future options might include reducing non-mandatory services. These are departments like the Economic Development Department, the library, public access television, and the museum. We could reduce programs to minimum mandates, revisit the TOT methodology of distribution, and revisit county contributions and community organizations. Other options that could be looked at in the future would include salary and benefit related reductions that of course would be contingent upon collective bargaining, a hiring chill, which is currently in process, a hiring freeze, salary cuts, furloughs, and layoffs, and engaging in collective bargaining negotiations. In terms of acknowledgements, thank you, board, very much for your guidance during these uncertain times. Thanks to our county auditor controller who has worked kindly and closely with administration on many parts of this budget. IT, and I would like to publicly apologize to Barbara Biddick for incorrectly referring to her title, but she's been wonderful, as has the entire IT department, and county administrative office staff, human resources, risk management, departments and department heads, and fiscal staff. In terms of our recommendation, just to sum up, we recommend conducting a public hearing on this budget, provide direction on any changes to the recommended budget that we would like to bring back for the adopted budget in September. On June 23rd, at the conclusion of the hearing, adopt the recommended budget, the capital assets resolution, and special districts and designated fund resolutions, and then work together over the summer to put together a study session that we can do in August when we have more information, and incorporate the recommended or the directed changes from the board at that point into the adopted budget in September. And that concludes my presentation. Is there any, I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
Does the board have any questions that they'd like to ask Ms. Von Lava? Well, I have one on the Butte Fire, the $2 million. Is that money in the bank or money that's been committed to Mr. Osborne that we will be getting?
It is not money that is in the bank. It is money that I believe is far along in the pipeline. We did receive correspondence at the end of last week, and I'll defer to Mr. Osborne to present that to the board. But we do anticipate receiving at least between 1.7 and 1.8, just based on that one correspondence. And there are other projects that are not included in that figure, which we also reasonably believe the funding will be received in this coming fiscal year.
Is that money is that going into the general fund or into Public Works or OES? Where
general fund. It's reimbursement to the general fund for Butte Fire related expenditures.
Okay. When you said with the teeter revenue from last year from the 1920 that we did not spend what was budgeted to be taken from teeter, or was that from 1920?
So there are typically, well, last year and this year, there were 3 basic camps of teeter budgeted expenditures. So the $5.7 million transfer to balance, we do not anticipate making. We also have budgeted expenditures that are related to facilities and other CIP projects inside of the county. So some of those expenditures have been made, some have not. And we also have a $500,000 a year general fund contribution, which transfer has been made and consistent with prior years. But that is separate and aside from the transfer to balance of 5.7 million, which we do not anticipate needing to make in order to close the books.
And one other on the salary savings. If a department has salary savings, that rolls to the general fund, correct? Departments don't get to keep that salary savings.
Oh, correct. Absolutely correct. Yes. Yeah.
So when we said they had to cut or hold steady at 5 point whatever, but that then they do not have to account for any increases that were negotiated or due to longevity and so forth. So is that all somewhere that money has to come from?
Well, correct, and that's precisely the issue. We're hopeful, of course, that we know that we have a certain amount of salary savings every year. We have somewhere on the order of $8 to $9 million in positions funded across the campus that are open, and yet we don't ask departments specifically to budget for those vacancies necessarily. So we typically end up, or at least we have in the last few years, with a substantial chunk of salary savings. This year, we're calculating approximately 3.4 million. So none of that has been budgeted. And when you ask, will that flow back to the general fund? Then the answer is yes, because to the extent that there are leftover appropriations and services and salaries and benefits rather, then those monies in general fund departments will fall back to the general fund, just like those monies in non-general fund departments will fall back to their respective funds. You know, we do have a mechanism for budgeting for salary savings. Typically, departments don't really like to use it. In this case, it was more of a placeholder as opposed to what we would really have preferred and wasn't feasible, which would have been to add a new object code to all budgets so that it was very, very clear exactly where that cut came from and why.
And just one more, I hope. Positions that are vacant but are in the process of being recruited for, even though there's a chill on, are those included in the Schedule 9 budgets?
Are positions that are vacant but are being recruited for, yes, those would be included. Even some of the chilled positions would still be included in the Schedules 9. That we did not ask departments to cut those specific funding, that specific funding at all during this phase of budget development. That would be an option if the board would direct us to do that.
Mr. Mills.
Yes, I believe Mr. Osborne has his hand
He
before
does?
me. Yes.
Well, he could have knocked on the door. I'm just right around the corner from him. Mr. Osborne, please.
Yes, Madam Chair. The correspondence that CAO, Deputy CAO Von Latta is addressing is a interim final inspection report for 3 of the project workbooks in the Butte fire. We originally submitted for $1.97 million in reimbursements, and they have closed out those projects with a funding level of $1.71 million, which is an increase of $760,000 and change an increase in those particular project workbooks. The difference between what we submitted and what FEMA found was a disallowance for a contract for the CDS or CAL FIRE dispatching. The difference being the 66 days of the fire versus the 1 year of the contract that we submitted. So a minor reduction, and there is still at least one more project workbook that's submitted that I have not heard back yet on.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne. Mr. Mills.
Okay, now I'm ready to go. I seemed a little confused, Krista, with Props 172 and TOT, specifically TOT, the formula that you have there, with how much money that you're expecting, revenue you're expecting to bring in versus what is expected to be paid to the Visitors Bureau. There was an agreed formula by the board as to how that was to be distributed. So I'm seeing 50% of what the revenue is going to the Visitors Bureau. I might note while you're looking that the entire right side of your presentation was cut off because of the way our screens are set up. So hopefully we can get a hard copy of what you have tomorrow.
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Got them ready for you. So, okay, so our current year TOT was budgeted at approximately $1.5 million.
Right.
So we are stripping that down to 748,000. So the board approved and directed methodology for distributing those funds is 25% to the Sheriff's Department, 25% to roads as an offset to the county's MOE, 25% to the Calaveras Visitors Bureau, and 25% to county fire. So we now have $373,000 or $74,000 approximately general fund reduction, and we have the same amount to the Visitors Bureau and fire as a reduction.
It's just the formula didn't seem to balance for me, so I'll have to think about it for a minute. If we take, for instance, the 6.7 million teeter transfer this year, what will you have in the same budget scenario next year in teeter?
Zero, as projected right now, if we were to take the entire transfer. But I note that we had that, it's the same answer that it would have been in this current fiscal year. I think we would have had $77,000 and change left in that budget unit for the entire transfer to be made.
Okay.
The hope would be, the hope is that we would not need to use it.
I have the numbers here for last year on the number of positions that the county had was 626. And this year over this past year, we added 23 new positions to come to 649. 25 of those positions were never filled last year or this year, which leads me to believe that salary savings should really become contingencies because we year over year don't spend that money anyway. Open positions last year was 93. It's 87 this year. Some of those are filled, some of them are not, but it's a built-in cushion or buffer that's carried forward every year. I would like it to be realistic. They put towards contingencies instead of calling it salary savings because it becomes a buffer for us that we know is there. It's just we don't use it and call it what it really is.
Should the board direct us to do so, we can certainly bring back the open vacant positions list. It's a fluctuating list, but at the end of the day, it would certainly a discussion that we can have.
Okay, and prepping for a discussion on OES, the board wrote off about $9 million last year. Is some of that $9 million in the discussion for the budget this year?
The $2 million, of which, with respect to which Director Osborne was just speaking.
Yes.
That's the money that was brought back
and put back on the books.
Well, so let me touch on how that decision making was included. Last year, when we pulled it out of the budget, we hadn't even applied for any of that money. So we were carrying over, for lack of a better term, a receivable year after year without an expectation of ever receiving it because we hadn't even submitted the paperwork. So now we're to the point where through the board's direction and efforts in OES that we've either submitted paperwork for that or have project completion dates where we will submit paperwork and expect through next fiscal year that we will in fact have that receivable. So that's the difference between when we stripped it out last year and when we're putting it back in this year. And so our pattern now will be to continue to book revenue that we reasonably expect to receive in the current or the upcoming fiscal year, as opposed to just continually book receivables that grow year after year.
Mr. Auld, please understand, I'm very pleased to find out that we're wanting to put some of this money back in the budget and that we're really going to go after it. When we get to the OES, I'd like to have a full and complete discussion on what kind of money we're looking at, what's still out there, what we've spent to this point, where did the money come from, but that's for another discussion tomorrow or future down the road.
And Supervisor Mills, I know you're very intimately involved in it and aware of it, but for the public, I wanted to make sure that for the public that's watching, that they have clarity on how we changed our methodology and why we pulled it out last year and put some back in this year.
Okay. Well, thank you. That's all the questions I have for now. I have a lot of notes here, but I'd like to absorb what she presented to us on top of what's in the book. Thank you.
Mr. Mills, I might put you on a budget diet.
You don't see the feathers on my book yet. You will tomorrow.
Oh, I'm sure. Mr. Tuffanelli.
Yeah, for right now, I just have one question or comment to Krista on her presentation. On your 4-year expense trends chart that you had up there, you showed the budgets for the previous 3 years. In relation to what I'm trying to focus on, if we could see the actuals, I think it would be more important than what we budgeted versus now all those budgets are closed and we could look at what we actually spent for those years. If we could have that information sometime tomorrow when we have this discussion again.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, because that's actually for the year that we spent, the actuals for the years that we spent in each one of those instead of the budgets that we projected.
Yes, I can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mills, I'm going to put you on a timer. Go ahead.
No, on the, for instance, on the GO bond, when is the payment due on that? Is it a single payment or is it the multiple payments during the year, as well as the COP? What month would they be due? Is that in November? The COP would be due in November?
I would need to confirm that with the auditor controller and get back to you tomorrow. I'm happy to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions, clarification from the board? I'd like to open it up for any public, well, I'm going to back step. Are there any staff comments on this part of the budget, the introduction? Mr. Osborne, you still have your hand up. If you're bringing money, we'll listen to you. Okay. No staff comments at the moment. I'd like to open it up to any public comments. Ms. Severu, could you put the number up on the board if possible? Well, we're waiting to see if there are any public comments. I was going to have us do the planning department budget, but that's been changed and we'll be doing that first thing tomorrow morning. Don't you raise your hand, Mr. Mills.
Rita, we won't be in the Sequoia room tomorrow. as we have been in the past?
No, I'll get to that.
Okay.
Now that you said it, she's going to change it.
Well, I kind of thought we'd go out to the boat barn. I'd like to close then. Mr. Alt, did you have any closing comments you'd like to make before I move to supervisor comments?
No, ma'am. Thank you, though.
Okay. I'd like to close this item and bring it back to the board for the next item. Do the supervisors have any announcements or comments they would like to make? Okay, well, yours truly does. The board will be meeting in the boardroom tomorrow. And that's why we're not meeting in the Sequoia room, because technically we might even have some challenges in the boardroom. And the board members, I am asking, we are meeting starting at 9 o'clock. CAO. Yes?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, 9 o'clock. I'd like the board to please be at the boardroom by 8:45 so we can work out whatever logistics we need to work out prior to the start of the board. I also want to thank two people, two young women, Riley Lowell and Claudia Loomis, for putting on a wonderful, peaceful rally or protest on Friday at Highway 4 and 49. These two graduates of Bret Harte High School did a really good job. I also want to thank the sheriff and the chief of police for helping to make it so. There was quite a bit of police presence, law enforcement presence, besides the city and the county, Tuolumne and Stanislaus. And we had a lot to be proud of on Friday for the people that were there. It was various age groups and making their messages heard. And it started about close to 3 and ended probably about 5:30, 6 o'clock. And we had no problems per what the sheriff told me. So that was a kudo to those two young women and to all the people that participated.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry if I may. I'm sorry to interrupt. Just for clarification, and I may have misheard you, but I believe you indicated that we were closing the prior item, and I just want to be clear for the record that we're not closing item 18, but will in fact be continuing budget hearings tomorrow at 9 a.m.
What council said is what we're doing.
Is it always that easy? Do I need to just...
I don't know. You all keep reminding me to ask the public, and I'm closing, I'm adjourning, whatever it is council said is what we're doing. I thought I did that at the very, very end, but that's okay. It's whatever she said. We don't need to repeat it. Do any of the board members have anything they would like to add? Okay, I am adjourning this, and we will reconvene tomorrow for the start of budget hearings or negotiation. No, we're not. What are we doing?
We do have
closed session. Closed session. Can we have?
Oh, that's right. We do.
We are recessing today's regular meeting. Recessing.
You would think you'd think after 20 years I'd learn. Okay.
And so we will be going into closed session. And so if you'd like to solicit public comment on any of the closed session items, and then we can do that.
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay. So we are adjourning from the Board of Supervisors. No, we're not doing that. Shit. Okay, we're recessing.
Yes.
I just love staff. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Osborne is telling me that he's going to OES me. Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair,
What?
can you have Ms. Severud ask for the public comments for the closed session?
I did it. Oh, but she has to read the closed sessions first, please. Ms. Severud, could you please read the closed session items?
Sure. Item 19 on the closed session agenda, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 3 cases pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. Item 20, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 1 case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. Item 21, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Andrew Greer and Golden State Herb Incorporated et al., v. County of Calaveras, Calaveras County Superior Court case number 18CV43460.
Are there any public comments on any 3 of those closed session items?
I don't see any callers in the queue, Madam Chair. You
Okay,
might
thank you.
wait a moment and see.
And who will our host be?
Madam Chair, I believe I have the honor.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I want to recess the Board of Supervisors into closed session.